And the cover-up was one of the worst in the history of cover-ups. Very simple. Bad deal, should have never been thought of. Somebody really messed up, and they had the worst cover-up ever. And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint, when they thought about it. Because whoever thought of that idea, I think is in big trouble. Running against the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics puts pressure on me. Could you imagine if I lose my whole life? What am I going to do? I'm going to say, I lost to the worst candidate in the history of politics. I'm not going to feel so good. Maybe I'll have to leave the country. I don't know. Running against the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics puts pressure on me. Could you imagine if I lose my whole life? What am I going to do? I'm going to say, I lost to the worst candidate in the history of politics. I'm not going to feel so good. Maybe I'll have to leave the country. I don't know.
Get your words straight, Jack.
I've got to go. Let me respond. There's a lot to respond to here. Let's get something straight. You shouldn't be disappointed. What I've done so far is more than anybody else has done this far. Okay? Number one. Number two, I mean what I say when I say it. I mean what I say when I say it. You ain't black, and you ain't black, I'm the only and you ain't black, and you ain't black. Who's ever run on 3 platforms that I was told could not possibly win the election. All men and women created from it. One was on restoring the soul of this country because of what I saw happen in Charlottesville. That was it. No one else was talking about it. The words of presidents matter.
Dumb people, liberal people. $7 million for reef fish management. $25 million to combat Asian carp. $2.5 million to count the number of amberjack fish in the Gulf of Mexico.
Hello, users, and welcome to the impeachment stream. Welcome.
To make the presentation of the case, the Senate will now hear you, and we recognize Mr. Manager Raskin to begin the presentation of the case for the House of Representatives. Mr. Raskin.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Good morning. Good day. Some people think this trial
DJ Elf, I do the mix live every single time.
Is a contest of lawyers, or even worse, a competition between political parties. It's neither. It's a moment of truth for America. My late father, Marcus Raskin, once wrote, "Democracy needs a ground to stand upon, and that ground is the truth." America needs the truth about ex-President Trump's role in inciting the insurrection on January 6th because it threatened our government and it disrupted, it easily could have destroyed the peaceful transfer of power in the United States for the first time in 233 years. It was suggested yesterday by President Trump's counsel that this is really like a very bad accident or a natural disaster where lots of people get injured or killed and society is just out looking for someone to blame. And that's a natural.
As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Basically is what Trump's saying.
A normal human reaction, according to President's counsel, but he says it's totally unfair in this case. President Trump, according to Mr. Castor, is essentially an innocent bystander who got swept up in this catastrophe but did nothing wrong. In this assertion, Mr. Castor unerringly echoes his client, ex-President Trump, who declared after the insurrection that his conduct in the affair was totally appropriate.
Ghosty Boy, Mike, Mr.
And therefore, we can only
Glitcher,
assume
Spock.
He could do and would do the exact same thing again.
No fructose
because he
here,
said
buddy.
His conduct was totally appropriate. So now the factual inquiry of the trial is squarely posed for us. The jurisdictional constitutional issue is gone. Whether you were persuaded by the President's constitutional analysis yesterday or not, the Senate voted to reject it. And so the Senate is now properly exercising its jurisdiction and sitting as a court of impeachment, conducting a trial on the facts. We are having a trial on the facts.
So Raskin right now is talking to everyone at home. He's not talking to the Republicans. Like I've said before, I personally believe that the Republican Party is a terrorist organization. And if they objected to the election results, I feel like that we should invoke Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to expel them from office. That's what I think. That's what I think. Right? These people are ungettable. You're not going to change their mind. They're beta cucks, and they're afraid of their voters, and they're not going to do anything other than what the most rabid fuck-faced people in their base are going to advocate for. So what Raskin is trying to do here is he's trying to get the message across to all the people that don't realize how just absolutely just incredibly insane that the Trump base is right now. It's not every Republican voter. It's not. There are people that are getting off the ship, and this Senate trial is getting people off the ship. It's not every Republican voter, but it is Trump. It is the Trump loyalists in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. And it is like all these people in these state legislatures that went to the Capitol trying to kill Nancy Pelosi, Mike Pence, AOC, etc. Like that, like these people, you gotta get rid of them. Like you just gotta get rid of them. Max, you don't have to bark.
The House says ex-President Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection against Congress and the Constitution and the people. The president's lawyers and the president say his conduct was totally appropriate, and he's essentially an innocent victim of circumstances, like the other innocent victims that we'll see getting caught up in all of the violence and chaos over the next several days. The evidence will be for you to see and hear and digest.
I love to digest. I'm actually digesting right now. I ate before this.
That ex-President Trump was no innocent bystander. The evidence will show that he clearly incited the January 6th insurrection. It will show that Donald Trump surrendered his role as commander-in-chief and became the inciter-in-chief of a dangerous insurrection. And this was, as one of our colleagues put it so cogently on January 6th itself, the greatest betrayal of the presidential oath in the history of the United States. The evidence will show you that he saw it coming and was not remotely surprised by the violence. And when the violence inexorably and inevitably came as predicted and overran this body and the House of Representatives with chaos, we will show you that he completely abdicated his duty as commander-in-chief to stop the violence and protect the government and protect our officers and protect our people. He violated his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the government, and the people of the United States. The evidence will show you that he assembled, inflamed, and incited his followers to descend upon the Capitol.
Cry
to
more,
stop the steal,
radicalize me.
to block Vice President Pence and Congress from finalizing his opponent's election victory over him. It will show that he had been warned that these followers were prepared for a violent attack, targeting us at the Capitol through media reports, law enforcement reports, and even arrests. In short, we will prove that the impeached president was no innocent bystander, whose conduct was totally appropriate and should be a standard for future presidents, but that he incited this attack, and he saw it coming. To us, it may have felt like chaos and madness, but there was method in the madness that day. This was an organized attack on the counting of the Electoral College votes in joint session of the United States Congress under the 12th Amendment and under the Electoral Count Act to prevent Vice President Mike Pence and to prevent us
from
counting sufficient Electoral College votes to certify Joe Biden's victory of 306 to 232 in the Electoral College, a margin that President Trump had declared a landslide in 2016. When my colleague, Mr. Neguse, speaks after me, he will set forth in detail the exact roadmap of all the evidence in the case. My fellow House managers and I will then take you through that evidence step by step so everyone can see exactly how these events unfolded. But I want to tell you a few key reasons right now that we know this case is not about blaming an innocent bystander for the horrific violence and harm that took place on January 6th. This is about holding accountable the person singularly responsible for inciting the attack. Let's start with December 12th. You will see during this trial a man who praised and encouraged and cultivated violence. We have just begun to fight, he says. More than
Breaking
a month after the
news,
election.
according to the chat room. Mr. Freak Glitcher says, breaking. Twitter announces that Trump's ban is permanent, even if he runs for president in 2024. Okay.
Has taken place.
Again, I understand the reasoning. I understand the reasoning, but I mean, I'm gonna miss the humor. Like, we should, like, okay, here's my compromise. Restore Trump's account just for archival purposes. I want to retweet him saying have you ever seen a thin person drinking Diet Coke? I want to retweet that again. I just want to retweet that. You know? Like, that's the shit. That's my shit right there. So, restore Trump's account only for the historical record. Don't let any new tweets out. Just restore it for the historical record. That's my point. Lol, I don't disagree. The Blanken chief thing is just boomer shit. I'm not trying to be rude, radicalize me. I'm not. Like, I'm sorry if I was rude. I just, like, this language, like, Jamie Raskin is speaking to the boomers. He's speaking to people that are watching this that are regular people. So, like, you know, I'm judging it with that perspective. I'm judging it as, like, is this, I think, going to work on someone like, you know, my grandma or something, you know, like, that's what I'm judging it by. Like, so, you know, that's my method here of commentating, I guess, because, like, my opinion's not going to change. I'm sure y'all's opinions aren't going to change. We know what's going on. We know what's up. We're more informed than like 90% of the population in this country, right? Because we pay attention to the news and we get it from the source online. We watch raw footage and all that stuff. We don't watch, like, you know, watered down garbage on mainstream news. So, like, when I judge whether or not it's a good performance, I'm judging whether or not I think that, like, regular people watching this at home would be swayed. So and I do think that kind of language works with that goal in mind. So I'm sorry if I was rude. That's not my intention.
And that's before the second Million MAGA March, a rally that ended in serious violence and even the burning of a church. And as the president forecast, it was only the beginning. On December 19th, 18 days before January 6th, he told his base about where the battle would be that they would fight next. January 6th would be wild, he promised. Be there, will be wild, said the President of the United States of America. And that, too, turned out to be true. You'll see in the days that followed, Donald Trump continued to aggressively promote January 6th to his followers. The event was scheduled at the precise time that Congress would be meeting in joint session to count the Electoral College votes and to finalize the 2020 presidential election. In fact, in the days leading up to the attack, you'll learn that there were countless social media posts, news stories,
Spock.
and most importantly, credible reports from the FBI.
See, I agree with Spock. My thing was, like, if you want to ban him because, like, you know, these people are planning on killing people on state capitals or the inauguration, you know, that's an argument. But I really just, like, the idea of him, I don't know. But then it's funny as fuck. And, like, it's just watching his reactions, you know, at this point is still really funny. And it's just, you know, this whole thing is just a giant shit show. And, you know, at the end of the day, our opinion doesn't matter.
In Capitol Police, that the thousands gathering for
you got a
the
wild
Save
one
America
in your
March
pants. What on
were
God's
violent,
green earth?
organized with weapons,
Holy
and were
mackerel.
targeting the Capitol. This mob got organized so openly because, as they would later scream in these halls, and as they posted on forums before the attack, they were sent here by the president. They were invited here by the President of the United States of America. And when they showed up,
it's also important to note that these aren't, like, again, there's a lot of those people, like, you know, oh, they just have economic anxiety. Like Nico House and Jimmy Dore are like, oh, if only they got the $2,000 checks, then they wouldn't have stormed the Capitol. Like, these are business owners. I read an article, 40% of those that were arrested at the Capitol are CEOs or work right underneath CEOs in white-collar firms. Right, these are business owners. These are rich people. They were up in, like, $1,000 a night hotel rooms on January 4th, 5th, and then, you know, until the 6th. These are not, like, you know, poor folks. These are not people that there might have been a couple folks that had economic anxiety, right? But, like, you know, it has to be understood that a lot of the people that stormed the Capitol were wealthy. That were, you know, like. Now, I'm not saying that all Trump's voters are wealthy. That's not my claim. But of those that stormed the Capitol, it was planned, it was premeditated, and these people are people that have resources, and that needs to be said.
knowing of these reports that the crowd was angry and it was armed, here's what Donald Trump told them. President Trump whipped the crowd
I
into
love
a
that.
frenzy,
The hands?
exhorting followers, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
It's just, I
And
can't
then
with
he
the
aimed straight at the
hands,
Capitol,
dude.
declaring, you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. He told them to fight like hell, and they brought us hell on that day. Incited by President Trump, his mob attacked the Capitol. This assault unfolded live on television before a horrified nation. According to those around him at the time, this is how President Trump reportedly responded to the attack that we saw him incite in public. Delight, enthusiasm, confusion as to why others around him weren't as happy as he was. Trump incited the January 6th attack, and when his mob overran and occupied the Senate and attacked the House and assaulted law enforcement,
Wapo.
he watched it on TV like a reality show. He reveled in it. And he did nothing to help us as commander-in-chief. Instead, he served as the inciter-in-chief, sending tweets that only further incited the rampaging mob. He made statements lauding and sympathizing with the insurrectionists. Over at 4:17 p.m., over 3 hours after the beginning of the siege, for the very first time, he spoke out loud, not on Twitter, spoke out loud to the American people. Here's what he said.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
We have to respect their
So
great
you might be saying, all right,
people
the
in law
president
and
is going to
order.
console us now. He's going to reassure America. He knows our pain. He knows we're hurt.
God, that video is
We've just seen
legendary.
these horrific images of officers being impaled
such good
and
comedy.
smashed over the head. We've just been under attack for 3 hours. But here's what he actually goes on to say.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt.
If he's impeached already, so the House of Representatives, Bodan, impeaches them. An impeachment is a declaration that this person has committed a crime, right? So that's similar to, like, you know, if I were to rob a bank, right? I wouldn't be given a trial immediately. I would be charged, and then I would be brought to trial. So the House of Representatives impeaches him, which is the charges, levies the charges, and then the Senate decides whether or not if the accused party is guilty. Now, of course, if this were a jury by their peers, you know, not the Senate, but if this were like you select random people, it would be unanimous. This person's going to jail. But because the Senate is made up of 50 terrorists and 50, you know, bizarro motherfuckers, right? Because of that, the 50 terrorists, they're going to vote to acquit them. Maybe only like 43 will vote to acquit, but he's not going to be convicted because the Republican Party is a terrorist organization, and they're all afraid of their gangster leader, Daddy Trump. So that's the problem here. But either way, this isn't about getting a conviction. This is about winning the battle of ideas, as Dave Rubin would say. This is about getting the win and making sure people know that Republicans are the party of those that kill cops, the party of those that try to murder cops. You know, like they only killed two committed suicide after the event, but they hurt hundreds. These are the Blue Lives Matter people that kill cops, right? So the goal right now isn't necessarily to get a conviction, but it's to preach this into the public record and give the facts of this case into the public record and make sure everyone knows these Republicans are fucking monsters and they've got blood on their hands. Now, personally, again, I'm not much of a cop fan, but again, the Trumpers, these are the Blue Lives Matter guys. That's the whole point, is ripping that away from the Trump base, away from the Republican base, etc.
We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a
We
landslide.
won by a lot.
And everyone knows it, especially the other side.
It was a landslide.
So you think
Everyone
he's about to
knows it.
decry the mayhem and violence, the unprecedented spectacle of this mob attack on the U.S. Capitol, but he's still promoting the big lie that was...
Yeah, I agree, Tom Nook. What they should be doing is juxtaposing Donald Trump's tweets and actions with Capitol riot footage and playing that next to like Ted Cruz objecting to the election result, playing that next to Josh Hawley with the fist pump. That's what they should be doing.
responsible for inflaming and inciting the mob in the first place.
Democracy. When are you debating me, buddy? I asked you like a week ago to debate me. This isn't us versus them. Again, I will respond to this one time. You get one response. Republicans need to be de-radicalized. You cannot unify with people that want to murder gay people, people that want to murder people of color. You cannot unify with people that want to assassinate transgender people. You have to de-radicalize them. This is how you de-radicalize them. If you're saying, oh yeah, my best friend wants to kill trans people, but we're buddies anyway, I'm sorry, but that makes you a fucking freak. Now, if you were to say, oh, my best friend hated trans people like 3 years ago, but, then I got him out of that, that makes you a good person. This is about de-radicalizing people. This is the exact opposite of a waste of time. If you think this is a waste of time, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Now, yes, do I agree? Should they be doing, other things like actually legislating, actually getting us COVID relief? Yes, absolutely. But to say that this is a waste of time is a fundamental lack of understanding, not only about how government works. You don't know how government works, but you just don't know how society in general works. Like, you just don't know basic society. You don't know economics. You don't know how, anything works at all. You're a dumb motherfucker. And also, again, I asked you to debate me a week ago. When are you debating me? Are you a beta male? Are you a cuck? Are you a soy-ass motherfucking boy? Why are you so afraid to debate me? You come into my chat room, spam dumb bullshit, and then run away like a fucking baby. When's the debate, bro? Come on.
If anyone ever had a doubt as to his focus that day, it was not to defend us. It was not to console us. It was to praise and sympathize and commiserate with the rampaging mob. It was to continue to act as insider-in-chief, not commander-in-chief, by telling the mob that their election had been stolen from them. Even then, after that vicious attack, he continued to spread the big lie. And as everyone here knows, Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes.
Joe Biden won
306 to
by a lot
232 in the Electoral College. But Donald Trump refused to accept his loss even after this attack. And he celebrated the people who violently interfered with the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American history, and did that at his urging. And when he did, in this video, finally tell them to go home in peace, he added this message.
Thank you.
We love you. You're very special.
Just play the video clip.
Distinguished members of the Senate,
come on.
This is a day that will live in disgrace in American history. That is, unless you ask Donald Trump. Because this is what he tweeted before he went to bed
The
that day
Democrats are
at
voting for
6:01
conviction.
PM.
It's the Republicans.
Not consoling the nation, not reassuring everyone that the government was secure, not a single word that entire day condemning the violent insurrection. That's what he says. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots. In other words, this was all perfectly natural and foreseeable to Donald Trump. At the beginning of the day, he told you it was coming.
I got
At the end of the
another
day,
one.
He basically says, I told you this would happen. And then he adds,
Hell yes. Hold up. Let me get an audio clip for you. Here. There you go.
I don't know who created Pokemon
The best I got.
Go,
This is the best I got.
but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
There you go. There's your audio clip for the super chat.
remember this day
I
forever.
appreciate it.
But not as a day of disgrace, a day of horror and trauma, as the rest of us remember it, but as a day of celebration, a day of commemoration. And if we let it will be a day of continuation, a call to action, and a rallying cry for the next round
I'm at
of insurrectionary
1.25,
justice.
so I'll boost it
because
up a
all
little.
this was totally appropriate. Senators, the stakes of this trial could not be more serious.
Oh,
Every
yeah, I am
American,
2
young and
hours
old and in
behind,
between,
yeah. I'll
is
do
invited to
1.5.
participate with us in this essential journey to find the facts and share the truth.
If
Trials
it's
are public
too much
events in a
for someone,
democracy,
let me know.
and no trial is more public or significant than an impeachment trial. Because the insurrection brought shocking violence, bloodshed, and pain in the nation's capital, and we will be showing relevant clips of the mob's attack on police officers and other innocent people, we do urge parents and teachers to exercise close review of what young people are watching here.
Bodan, you gotta understand, the Republican Party is a terrorist organization. If you look at the Republican Party with any other lens, you're missing the point. The Republican Party is a terrorist organization. That's why they don't want to convict Donald Trump. If they actually cared about, like, moving past Trump, this is a great opportunity. Convict him, and then you can be the moderate Republicans and go back to, like, 2009. Go back to, like, 2010 or whatever. But they are, again, terrorists. The Republican Party wants to destroy the United States government, and they want to institute a monarchy built on white supremacy. That's what they want to do.
And please watch along with them if you're allowing them to watch. The impeachment managers will try to give warnings before the most graphic and disturbing violence that took place is shown. We believe that the manager's comprehensive and meticulous presentation will lead to one powerful and irresistible conclusion. Donald Trump committed a massive crime against our Constitution and our people, and the worst violation.
I mean, Republicans say all kinds of shit about Antifa. Like, fuck them. That's what their role is, to hate black people, hate, women, hate minorities of all kinds. That's their role. So, of course, they're going to try to say Black Lives Matter are terrorists and Antifa are terrorists. Of course. They themselves are projecting. Everything a Republican says, you have to know, is basically 99% of the time is the exact opposite.
Of the presidential oath of office in the history of the United States of America. For this, he was impeached by the House of Representatives, and he must be convicted by the United States Senate. Before I close, I want to address a constitutional issue still lingering from yesterday's argument. The president obviously is still exploring ways to change the subject and talk about anything other than his responsibility for inciting the attack. We heard a lot yesterday about his claim that this incitement of the insurrection was perfectly appropriate because it's somehow protected by the First Amendment. And this little diversion caught my eye because I've been a professor of constitutional law and the First Amendment for decades. And as we'll demonstrate over the course of the trial, the factual premise and the legal underpinnings of that claim are all wrong. They present President Trump as merely like a guy at a rally expressing a political opinion that we disagree with, and now we're trying to put him in jail for it. That has nothing to do with the reality of these charges or his constitutional offense. The particular political opinions being expressed are not why we impeached the president and have nothing to do with it. It makes no difference what the ideological content of the mob was. And if we license and forgive incitement to violent insurrection by militant Trump followers this week, you can be sure there will be a whole bunch of new ideological flavors coming soon. As we'll demonstrate with overwhelming evidence, portraying Trump as a guy on the street being punished for his ideas is a false description of his actions, his intent, and the role that he played on January 6th when he willfully incited an insurrectionary mob to riot at the Capitol. Last week, 144 constitutional scholars, including Floyd Abrams, a ferocious defender of free speech, Charles Freed, President Reagan's Solicitor General, Stephen Calabrese, the co-founder of the Federalist Society, released a statement calling the president's First Amendment arguments legally frivolous, adding, "We all agree that the First Amendment does not prevent the Senate from convicting President Trump and disqualifying him from holding future office." They went on to say, "No reasonable scholar or jurist could conclude that President Trump had a First Amendment right to incite a violent attack on the seat of the legislative branch, or then to sit back and watch on television as Congress was terrorized and the Capitol sacked." Incitement to violence is, of course, not protected by the First Amendment. That's why most Americans have dismissed Donald Trump's First Amendment rhetoric simply by referring to Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes's handy phrase, "You can't shout fire in a crowded theater." But even that time-honored principle doesn't begin to capture how off-base the argument is. This case is much worse than someone who falsely shouts fire in a crowded theater. It's more like a case where the town fire chief, who's paid to put out fires, sends a mob, not to yell fire in a crowded theater, but to actually set the theater on fire. And who then, when the fire alarms go off, and the calls start flooding into the fire department, asking for help, does nothing but sit back, encourage the mob to continue its rampage, and watch the fire spread on TV with glee and delight.
That's
so then we say
really
this
well
fire chief
done
should never be allowed
analogy?
to hold this public job again, and you're fired and you're permanently disqualified, and he objects. And he says, we're violating his free speech rights just because he's pro-mob or pro-fire or whatever it might be. Come on. I mean, you really don't need to go to law school to figure out what's wrong with that argument. Here's the key. Undoubtedly, a private person can run around on the street expressing his or her support for the enemies of the United States and advocating the overthrow of the United States government. You've got a right to do that under the First Amendment. But if the president spent all of his days doing that, uttering the exact same words, expressing support for the enemies of the United States and for overthrowing the government, is there anyone here who doubts that this would be a violation of his oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that he or she could be impeached for doing that? Look, if you're president of the United States, you've chosen a side with your oath of office. And if you break it, we can impeach, convict, remove, and disqualify you permanently from holding any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. As Justice Scalia once said, memorably, you can't ride with the cops and root for the robbers. And if you become inciter-in-chief to the insurrection, you can't expect to be on the payroll as commander-in-chief for the Union. Trump was the president of the United States, and he'd sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. He had an affirmative, binding duty,
you gotta
one that
like
set him
the
apart
stream,
from everyone
folks.
else in the country, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. including all the laws against assaulting federal officers, destroying federal property, violently threatening members of Congress and the vice president, interfering with federal elections, and dozens of other federal laws that are well known to all of you. When he incited insurrection on January 6th, he broke that oath. He violated that duty. And that's why we're here today. And that's why he has no credible constitutional defense. I'll tell you a final sad story in this kaleidoscope of sadness and terror and violence. One of our
Ghosty Boy says, I disagree with Raskin. The ideology of the mob does matter. They were fascist. I agree with you there, Ghosty. However, I think Raskin is just trying to make the legal argument that, like, it doesn't matter if, like, you know, they want to, like, you know, if it doesn't matter if they stormed the Capitol and killed people in the name of universal health care. It doesn't matter if they did it in the name of forcing the vote. It doesn't matter if they did it in the name of a Green New Deal. It doesn't matter if they did it in the name of, you know, destroying democracy. It doesn't matter if they did it in the name of instituting feudalism. What matters is they did it. So I think he's making a legal argument, not like, that's what you have to understand. He's making the legal arguments about this stuff. So the Oval Office has a yellow dress. I don't know, man. They fucked it up.
Capitol officers who defended us that day was a longtime veteran of our force, a brave and honorable public servant who spent several hours battling the mob as part of one of those blue lines defending the Capitol in our democracy. For several hours straight, as the marauders punched and kicked and mauled and spit upon and hit officers with baseball bats and fire extinguishers, cursed the cops, and stormed our Capitol, he defended us and he lived every minute of his oath of office. And afterwards, overwhelmed by emotion, he broke down in the rotunda. And he cried for 15 minutes. And he shouted out, I got called an N-word 15 times today. And then he recorded, I sat down with one of my buddies, another black guy, and tears just started streaming down my face. And I said, what the F, man? Is this America? That's the question before all of you in this trial. Is this America? Can our country and our democracy ever be the same if we don't hold accountable the person responsible for inciting?
This is what happens when you have a civil war because people want to have the right to own black people. And then you just get rid of the slavery. And then, you know, you don't do anything to keep, you know, anyone safe. This is America. This is what happens when you let states' rights create Jim Crow laws, poll taxes. This is what happens when you let, like, there's an example. There's a city in North Carolina that had a multiracial coalition of working people actually get power in local governments. What happened? The KKK went in, killed all the black leaders and the white leaders, and then usurped their power. A literal coup. This is in, I think, the 1880s, post-Reconstruction. Right? They went in, killed all of the black legislators, all of the white legislators in this multiracial working class coalition, and then just said, all right, anyone else who's black and wants to run for office, have fun with it. And then that's why they started lynching people. That's why they started having slave patrols, like, you know, evolve into police forces. This is what happens when you let this stuff happen and run amok. When you don't have any accountability for crimes, this is what happens. So yes, this is America. There are multiple Americas, but it is all one country of disgusting, awful, fucking putrid piles of shit.
The violent attack against our country, our capital, and our democracy, and all of those who serve us so faithfully and honorably.
Hello,
Is this America? Mr. Neguse will now provide a roadmap of our evidentiary case.
Save 5 seconds there.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, counsel, like several of you, I am a child of immigrants. And as a son of immigrants, I believe firmly in my heart that the United States is the greatest republic that this world has ever known.
No.
A hallmark of our republic.
Like this, I know this is their role. They have to say, "Oh, America." No, America sucks dick. America is garbage. America is shit. And you have to understand that. You have to be honest. America is fucking trash. If you say, oh, America's the greatest, no, America's a beautiful, no, America's a wonderful democracy, no. And the reason is because of the Trumpers, the Confederates, the racists, the homophobes, the transphobes, etc. America is fucking garbage. So fuck off with that American exceptionalist crap.
George Washington,
in my opinion,
has been the peaceful transfer of power. For centuries, we've accepted it as fact. Unfortunately, sadly, we know now that we can no longer take that for granted. Because as lead manager Raskin explained on January 6th, the peaceful transition of power was violently interrupted.
What's up,
when
Jenna?
a mob stormed this Capitol and desecrated this chamber. As you'll see during the course of this trial, that mob was summoned,
also Ben?
assembled, and incited by the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. And he did that because he wanted to stop the transfer of power so that he could retain power, even though he had lost the election. And when the violence erupted, when they were here in our building with weapons, he did nothing to stop it. If we are to protect our republic and prevent something like this from ever happening again, he must be convicted. Now, I want to be very clear about what we will show you during the course of this trial. As my fellow managers present our case to you today, tonight, tomorrow, it'll be helpful to think about President Trump's incitement of insurrection in three distinct parts: the attack, the provocation, the attack, and the harm.
Hopefully, Jenna, hopefully as an American, I can provide to you some of that, what is it, cathartic release there. But yeah, Canada's also garbage. Don't get me started with Canada, those fuckers.
Let's start with the provocation. We will show during the course of this trial that this attack was provoked by the president, incited by the president. And as a result, it was predictable and it was...
Ghosty Boy, just as a side note, the team of impeachment managers 100 times strong. Yes, absolutely. The first impeachment was a huge shit show. Don't even get me started. But this is actually an extremely strong case.
President, incited by the president. And as a result, it was predictable and it was foreseeable. And of course, that makes sense. And this mob was well orchestrated. Their conduct was intentional. They did it all in plain sight, proudly, openly, and loudly. Because they truly believed that they were doing this for him, that this was their patriotic duty. They even predicted that he would protect them. And for the most part, they were right. In his unique role as commander-in-chief of our country, and as the one person that the mob was listening to and following orders from, he had the power to stop it. And he didn't. Now, some have said that President Trump's remarks, his speech on January 6th, was just a speech. Well, let me ask you this. When in our history has a speech led thousands of people to storm our nation's capital
I
with
love
weapons,
Canadian girlfriend,
to scale the walls, break windows, kill a Capitol police officer? This was not just a speech. It didn't just happen. And as you evaluate the facts,
send me a DM on Twitter, Tom Nook,
that we present to you, it will become clear exactly where that mob came from. Because here's the thing, President Trump's words, as you'll see on January 6th, in that speech, just like the mob's actions, were carefully chosen. Those words had a very specific meaning to that crowd. And how do we know this? Because in the weeks prior to, during, and after the election, he used the same words over and over and over again. You will hear over and over three things. You can see them on the screens. First, what lead manager...
Personally, I want to collect Canadian girlfriends like I collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm building my collection.
Raskin referred to as the big lie, that the election was stolen, full of fraud, rigged. You will hear over and over him using that lie to urge his supporters to never concede and stop the steal. And finally, you will hear the call to arms,
here.
that it was his supporters' patriotic duty to fight like hell. To do what? To stop the steal, to stop the election from being stolen by showing up in this very chamber, to stop you, to stop us. I respectfully ask that you remember those three phrases as you consider the evidence today. Election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell, because they did not just appear on January 6th. Let me show you what I mean. Let's start with the big lie. You will see during this trial that the president realized really by last spring that he could lose. He might lose the election.
I
So what
really
did he do?
don't know what the colors are.
He started planting the seeds
I think
to get
it's on
some of his
purpose,
supporters
but
ready by saying that he could only lose the election if it was stolen. I mean, in other words, really what he did is create a no-lose scenario. Either he won the election, or he would have some angry supporters, not all, but some, who believed that if he lost, the election had to be rigged. And they would be angry. Because
won.
he was telling
By a
Americans
lot.
that their vote had been stolen.
Fucking dumb fuck.
And in America, our vote is our voice. So his false claims about election fraud, that was the drumbeat being used to inspire, instigate, and ignite them, to anger them. Watch this clip.
Because we're not going to let this election be taken away from us. That's the only way they're going to win it. We're not going to let it happen.
This
The
is
only
amazing.
way we can be, it's the
Let's
only way
go.
we can lose, in my opinion, is massive fraud.
We all know what happened
That's it?
after that. He lost. He lost the election.
Should have been
Remember,
longer.
he had that no-lose scenario. that I
Using his
referenced earlier.
own words against him
He
is the
told
best tactic.
his base that the election was stolen, as he had forecasted. And then he told them, your election has been stolen, but you cannot concede. You must stop the steal.
You can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs. Stop the steal. The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot let them. You
watched
just
this
can't
one.
let them.
You just
Now,
can't
while
let him,
he's-
folks.
Inciting his supporters,
can't let him.
he's also simultaneously doing everything he possibly can to overturn the election. First, he begins with the courts, a legitimate avenue to challenge the election. But he ignores all of their adverse rulings when all of his claims are thrown out. Then he moves on to trying to pressure state election officials to block the election results for his opponent, even though he'd lost in their states. You'll hear my fellow managers discuss that in detail. Then he tries to threaten state election officials.
Reminder, Raffensperger in the Secretary of State's office in Georgia is officially launching a probe into criminal allegations of voter intimidation, harassment, and trying to overturn an election and stuff. So that's officially been filed in Georgia.
To actually change the votes, to make him the winner, even threatening criminal penalties if they refused. He had the Justice Department investigate his claims, and even they found no support for those claims. So he tried to persuade some members of his party in Congress
I got
to block the
impeached for
certification of his vote
perfect
with
phone
attacks
call.
in public forums. When that failed, he tried to intimidate the Vice President of the United States of America to refuse to certify the vote and send it back to the states. None of it worked. So, what does he do? With his back against the wall, when all else has failed, he turns back to his supporters. He already
Charlie?
spent months telling them that the election was stolen, and he amplified it further. He turned it up a notch. He told them that they had to be ready not just to stop the steal, but to fight like hell.
We're going to fight for the survival of our nation, and we are going to keep on fighting.
We will never surrender. We will only win. Now is not the time to retreat. Now is the time to fight harder than ever before.
We have to go all the way, and we're going to fight like hell, I'll tell you right now. We will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
You will see that in the months as the president made these statements, people listened. Armed supporters surrounded election officials' homes. The Secretary of State for Georgia got death threats. Officials warned the president that his rhetoric was dangerous and it was going to result in deadly violence. And that's what makes this so different, because when he saw firsthand the violence that his conduct was creating, he didn't stop it. He didn't condemn the violence. He incited it further. And he got more specific. He didn't just tell them to fight like hell. He told them how, where, and when. He made sure they
And
had
who?
advance notice,
Mike
18
Pence.
days advance notice. He sent his save the date for January 6th. He told them to march to the Capitol and fight like hell. On January 6th, as Lead Manager Raskin said, the exact same day that we were certifying the election results. And what time was that rally scheduled for? The exact same time that this chamber was certifying the election results in joint session. When did he conclude his speech? Literally moments before Speaker Pelosi had gavelled us into session. Many of us were in the House during that joint session of Congress. I was sitting 2 rows behind Leader Schumer and Leader McConnell. I remember it vividly. And as we were standing there, fulfilling our solemn oath to the Constitution, the president was finishing his speech just a couple of miles away. How did he conclude that infamous speech? With a final call to action. He told them to march down Pennsylvania Avenue, to come here.
I love Pennsylvania
That it was their
Avenue.
patriotic duty because the election had been stolen. And when they heard his speech, they understood his words and what they meant because they had heard it before. Let's take just a minute and really look at his words on January 6th as he spoke at the Save America rally. Now, remember, I told you, you hear three phrases: the election was stolen, stop the steal, and fight like hell. Let's start with that first phrase.
Ruh-roh.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country.
Now, of course, each of you heard those words before. So had the crowd. The president had spent months telling his supporters that the election had been stolen, and he used this speech to incite them further, to inflame them, to stop the steal, to stop the certification of the election results.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's
It
theft
doesn't
involved.
happen, folks.
And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
We're
We
gonna
will
stop the steal, folks. We're gonna stop
Finally,
it.
The
Fucking,
president used
Ugh.
this speech as a call to arms.
What a fucking nightmare.
It was not rhetorical. Some of his supporters had been primed for this over many months. As you'll learn, days before this speech, as lead manager Raskin noted, there were vast reports across all major media outlets that thousands of people would be armed, that they'd be violent. You'll learn that Capitol Police and the FBI reported in the days leading up to the attack that thousands in the crowd would be targeting the Capitol specifically, that they had arrested people with guns the night before the attack on weapons charges. And this is what our commander-in-chief said to the crowd in the face of those warnings right before they came here.
We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen. Not going to let it happen.
It's not gonna let it happen. The fuck is that? Like octopus bullshit. What is that?
Thank you.
I love the
You have to
upside
get
down
your
America
people
flag,
to
by
fight,
the way.
because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. And we fight. We fight.
You
like
have
hell.
to be
And if you don't
strong,
fight like-
folks. That's why I'm standing behind bulletproof glass. Because I'm super strong. Hey, remember, folks, when I said I would walk down with you to Pennsylvania or to the Capitol? Well, what I really meant was I'm going to go back into the White House and watch it on TV. Because you got to be strong, folks. Got to be strong.
Like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
You have to get your people to fight. He told them. Senators, this clearly was not just one speech. It didn't just happen. It was part of a carefully planned, months-long effort with a very specific instruction. Show up on January 6th and get your people to fight the certification.
Did you I mean, we're about 40 minutes in, but we're just if you paid attention on January 6th, this is just a pretty good rehashing of the events, basically.
Cited it. It was foreseeable. And again, you don't have to take my word for it. The president's former chief of staff, is a retired Marine, 4-star general, was confirmed by this body to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, overwhelming vote. That man was John Kelly. And on the day after the insurrection, he said this.
The president knows who he's talking to when he tweets or when he makes statements. He knows who he's talking to. He knows what he wants them to do. And the fact that he said the things he's been saying, the things he's been saying since the election, and encouraging people, no surprise again at what happened yesterday.
No surprise. Think about that. No surprise. The president had every reason to know that this would happen because he assembled the mob, he summoned the mob, and he incited the mob. He knew when he took that podium on that fateful morning that those in attendance had heeded his words and they were waiting for his orders to begin fighting. And that, of course, brings me, my fellow managers, to what happened here in this building. As lead manager Raskin stated, my colleagues are going to walk through the events of January 6th and the evidence in very great detail. They are painful to watch and to recount, and I'm not going to repeat the evidence now. But I do want to be clear about what also happened during that terrible attack, and that is this, that President Trump once again failed us. Because when the violence erupted, when we and the law enforcement officials protecting us, protecting you, were under attack, as each of you were being evacuated from this chamber from a violent mob, as we were being evacuated from the House, He could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence. It was his duty as commander-in-chief to stop the violence, and he alone had that power. Not just because of his unique role as commander-in-chief, but because they believed that they were following his orders. They said so.
I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do.
President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th.
You heard it, folks.
They were doing what he wanted them to do. They wouldn't have listened to
Yo,
you,
Jimmy.
to me, to the Vice President of the United States, who they were attacking. They didn't stop in the face of law enforcement, police officers fighting for their lives to stop them. They were following the president. He alone, our commander-in-chief, had the power to stop him. And he didn't.
Hello, Jenny Marie.
You will hear evidence tonight, tomorrow, throughout the trial.
Thank you. I'm
about
trying.
his refusal as commander-in-chief
They're
to
fine.
respond
I was just
to
fucking
numerous
around.
desperate pleas on the phone, across social media, begging him to stop the attack. And you will see his relentless attack on Vice President Pence, who was at that very moment hiding with his family as armed extremists were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," calling him a traitor.
I am funny.
You will
thank
see
you.
that even when he did, finally, 3.5 hours into the attack, tell these people to go home.
But you have to go
in
home
peace,
now.
He added,
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great
people in law and order.
law and order.
Fucking, we have to respect our great people in law. I just fuck.
as Lead Manager Raskin said, I'll quote, "You're very special.
I shit and I fuck.
I love you." Think for a moment, just a moment, of the lives lost that day, of the more than 140 wounded police officers, and ask yourself if as soon as this had started, President Trump had simply gone onto TV,
Send me
just logged
clips
onto
of
Twitter and said,
Miratandon,
"Stop
please.
the attack."
For
If he had done
tomorrow's
so
show?
with even half as much force as he said, "Stop the steal," how many lives would we have saved? Sadly, he didn't do that. At the end of the day, the president was not successful in stopping the certification. That we know, thanks to the bravery of our law enforcement and to the bravery of the senators in this room. Each of you who still fulfilled your constitutional duty, even under the threat of mortal peril. But there can be no doubt of the grave harm that he caused. To our elected leaders, to us, our families, to all who work in the Capitol, our staff, your staff, to our brave Capitol Police who defend us tirelessly with little thanks, who believed that they had a commander-in-chief who would defend and protect them and instead put them in harm's way, to those killed for heeding his command, to our democracy and the system which ensures that we have a president elected by the people, to our national security.
It's my birthday, and I'm happy to watch Impeachment with you in the chat during your lunch break. Happy motherfucking birthday, buddy. That is awesome.
And our standing in the world. The harm was real. The damage was real. 5 people.
Ghosty Boy, do you have OBS or any other software you can screen record? If not, you can just send me timestamps. That's fine.
People lost their lives on that terrible, tragic day. A woman was shot dead 50 feet from where we later certified the election results. And for those who question just how bad it was, criminal complaints recently unsealed by the Department of Justice are more than revealing. You'll see one of these documents on the screen. In the charging affidavit of one of the leaders of the Proud Boys, we learned that members of this group said, I'm going to quote, "They would have killed Mike Pence if given the chance." In another, we learned of a tweet in real time while they were in the building stating, "We broke into the Capitol. We got inside. We did our part. We were looking for Nancy Pelosi to shoot her in the frickin' brain, but we didn't find her."
Ugh. Shit's unbelievable.
And for anyone who suggests otherwise, these defendants themselves have told you exactly why they were here. You'll see this in the trial. That in the halls of the Capitol, on social media, in news interviews, and in charging documents, they confirm they were following the president's orders. You can see some of the statements on that screen. One who said, "Trump wants all able-bodied patriots." Another, that President Trump is calling us to fight. This isn't a joke. Another one, "I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do." Our president wants us here. We wait and take orders from the president. He made them believe over many weeks that the election was stolen and they were following his command to take back their country.
Sounds good, Lindsay.
As I prepared for yesterday, this trial, there's one memory that I couldn't shake, which was on the night of January 6th, and the feeling of walking back onto the House floor and seeing many of you there. I remember us finishing our task at 4 a.m. And as I walked off the floor, I was so grateful for the opportunity to thank the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, for his actions, for standing before us and asking us to follow our oath and our faith and our duty. We only got a couple hours of sleep that morning. Early the next day, I called my dad, who came to this country, as I mentioned, as an immigrant 40 years ago. And I told him that the proudest moment by far of serving in Congress for me was going back onto the floor with each of you to finish the work that we had started. I'm humbled to be back with you today. And just as on January 6th, when we overcame that attack on our capital, on our country, I'm hopeful that at this trial, we can use our resolve and our resilience to again uphold our democracy by faithfully applying the law, vindicating the Constitution, and holding President Trump accountable for his actions.
Senators, Representatives Joaquin Castro and Eric Swalwell will now show the evidence of President Trump's long campaign to delegitimize his electoral defeat and to galvanize his supporters to help him retain his power at any cost. So we're going to go at this point step by step and explain the progression all the way up until the attack.
There's a saying that a lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put on its shoes. And that was before the internet. The point of that saying is that a lie can do incredible damage and destruction.
That should
and
be
that's
good.
especially true when that lie is told by the most powerful person on earth, our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States. This attack did not come from one speech, and it didn't happen by accident. The evidence shows clearly that this mob was provoked over many months by Donald J. Trump. And if you look at the evidence, his purposeful conduct, you'll see that the attack was foreseeable and preventable. I'll start by discussing President Trump's actions leading up to the election, when he set up his big lie. Beginning in the spring of 2020, President Trump began to fall behind in the polls. And by July, President Trump had reached a new low. He was running 15 points behind his opponent. And he was scared. He began to believe that he could legitimately lose the election. And so he did something entirely unprecedented in the history of our nation. He refused to commit to a peaceful transition of power. Here's what he said.
Can you give a direct answer? You will accept the election?
I have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. I'm not going to say no.
I covered that. I remember that one.
Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transfer? We want to get rid of the ballots, and you'll have a very transfer. We'll have a very
just
peaceful.
Get rid of the
There won't be a
ballots.
transfer. Frankly, there'll be a continuation.
Frankly, there'll be a continuation.
Senators, the President of the United States
I checked.
said, quote,
I bookmarked
there
that.
won't be a transition of power. There'll be a
Check
continuation.
it out tomorrow morning.
President Trump was given every opportunity to tell his supporters, yes, if I lose, I will peacefully transfer power to the next president. Instead, he told his supporters the only way he could lose the election is if it was stolen. In
Just
tweet
get
after
rid of the
tweet,
ballots.
he made sweeping allegations about election fraud that couldn't possibly be true. But that was the point. He didn't care if the claims were true. He wanted to make sure that his supporters were angry, like the election was being ripped away from them. On May 24th, 6 months before the election, he tweeted, "It will be the greatest rigged election in history." How could he possibly know it would be the greatest rigged election in history 6 months before the election happened? And on June 22nd, more of the same. Rigged 2020 election. It will be the scandal of our times. Again, about an election that had not even happened. On July 30th, 2020 will be the most inaccurate and fraudulent election in history. Again, just big words with nothing to prove them. But he wanted to make his supporters believe that an election victory would be stolen from him and from them. And this was to rile up his base, to make them angry. Now, these were just a few of the many times President Trump tweeted about this. And he did it in speeches.
I started around the same time as I did yesterday. just because like I had to eat lunch, walk the dog, do some stuff, and it's just, you know, I have to be a human. So, but I started around the same time as yesterday. It's just that the Senate started an hour earlier, so we have more to catch up with.
Rallies and television too.
This is going to be the greatest election disaster in history.
Because the only way we're going to lose this election is if
It's
the
brother
election is
of
rigged.
us.
Remember that.
The only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election. We're going to win this election.
The other Castro.
It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose.
But this will be one of the greatest most fraudulent elections ever.
This is clearly a man who refuses to accept the possibility or the reality in our democracy of losing an election. And there are dozens more tweets and speeches of Donald Trump spreading his lie, but you get the point. His supporters got the point as well.
HUD guy.
They
What
firmly
was
believe that
his
if he
name?
lost, it was because the election was rigged.
Will you accept the result if Joe Biden wins?
No,
Under any circumstance?
no,
Why is that?
because it's lies and deceit and corruption.
Do you think that we get to election night or in the following days, if Biden winds up somehow becoming the winner, do you think it's rigged?
Oh, yes.
There you go.
Very much so.
Julian Castro.
Yes, days after. If it shows up that Joe Biden won,
Yes.
in your opinion, would that be the only way that Trump could lose, that it'd be a rigged election? Is that the only way Joe Biden can win?
Absolutely. I agree with that. Because there's no way in heck our president's going to lose. But yes, it would be a rigged election.
There's
Some
no
type of
way
cheating
in
went on,
fucking
what
heck.
have you.
There's no way in fucking heck our president's gonna lose. If the president fucking lose, there's no way in fucking heck. It's not fucking possible. There's no fucking way the president's gonna fucking lose.
I firmly believe that.
I firmly
Now,
fucking
all of us
believe
in this
it.
room have run for election, and it's no fun to lose. I'm a Texas Democrat. We've lost a few elections over the years. But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose is if an American election was rigged and stolen from you? And ask yourself
Alternate,
whether
yeah.
you've ever seen anyone at any level of government make the same claim about their own election. But that's exactly what President Trump did. He truly made his base believe that the only way he could lose was if the election was rigged. And senators, all of us know, and all of us understand how dangerous that is for our country. Because the most combustible thing you can do in a democracy is convince people that an election doesn't count, that their voice and their vote don't count, and that it's all been stolen, especially if what you're saying are lies. Let us turn now to the election. As you know, the results were not fully reported on election night, which is not unusual in our nation's history. But by November 7th, major news networks, including Fox News, reported that once the remaining votes were counted, Joe Biden would be the likely victor. So President Trump began urging his supporters to stop the count.
Stop the
I would
steal,
imagine
folks.
that if we went around this room, there are folks sitting here that started down on election night and ended up coming back up and winning their races. Perhaps that's why some of you are seated in this room today. But imagine if you were behind and the results start coming in, and as you started pulling ahead, your opponent said, "That's not fair. Stop the count while I'm still ahead." That's what Donald Trump did. But that's not how America works. Here, every vote counts. You don't just stop counting when one person is ahead. We count every vote. And let's be clear. President Trump knew that you can't just stop counting votes, but he wanted to inflame his base. There was a purpose behind this, to truly make them believe that counting votes would result in a stolen, rigged election. He said at 12:49 a.m. on election night, quote, "They're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it." A little over an hour later, at roughly 2:30 in the morning, before all the votes were even close to being counted, he goes even further and actually declares victory. Take a look.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
We won it by a
Frankly,
lot.
we did win. Rather than calmly saying, "Let's count the votes. If there's legal issues, we'll go to court and we'll resolve them." Instead, he told his supporters that he actually won the election and the whole thing was a fraud. He said that on November 4th, and he has never recounted that statement since. Despite President Trump's pressure at the time, election officials around the country continued to carry out their duties. And as votes were counted and his loss became more certain, he riled up his base further. Take a look at these tweets. On November 5th, he tweeted
Stop
in
the
all capital
fraud.
letters, as if shouting commands, quote, "Stop the count, stop the fraud."
I love that. Was really good. Hold up.
This
Hold up.
November 5th, he tweeted in all capital letters, as if shouting commands, quote, "Stop the count, stop the fraud."
There you go.
Senators, this is dangerous. I also want you to remember these
Stop
tweets for another
the
reason.
fraud.
Because that's what it
Bad
looks like
deal
when Donald Trump
should have never
wants
been
people
thought
to
of.
stop doing something. And bear in mind, this is not the
Yeah,
president
Bodan,
saying
yep.
to his supporters that somebody stole your cup of coffee. This is
Someone
the
else
commander-in-chief
has to do it. I'm
telling
sorry.
his supporters, your election is being stolen, and you must stop the counting of American votes.
You gotta
And it worked.
stop the count, folks.
His words became their actions. His commands led to their actions. Take a look at this. The same day as those tweets, around 100 Trump supporters showed up in front of the Maricopa County Election Center in Phoenix, some of them carrying rifles, literally trying to intimidate officials to stop the count, just as President Trump had commanded. Arizona Secretary of
These
State...
motherfuckers look like Columbine LARPers. Like, I'm just saying, like, what is this? Oh man, we gotta stop the fraud, man. Like, what is that? I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Katie Hobbs said that protesters were, quote, causing delay and disruption and preventing those employees from doing their job. Let's call this what it was.
We gotta stop the fraud, man.
We're facing a global pandemic. Workers were risking their health to ensure the integrity of our elections. And President Trump's supporters were encircling them, trying to prevent them from doing their own jobs. This was dangerous, it was scary, and it was a blatant act of political intimidation. In Philadelphia, that same day, police investigated an alleged plot to attack the city's Pennsylvania Convention Center, where votes were being counted. Police took at least one man into custody who was carrying a weapon. And this happened all over. In Atlanta, in Detroit, and in Milwaukee. His supporters used armed force to try to disrupt lawful counting of votes because they bought into Trump's big lie that the election was stolen from them. President Trump's months of inflaming and inciting his supporters had worked. They believed it was their duty to quite literally fight to stop the count. So they showed up at election centers across the country to do just that.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Hey, taking it from us!
We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret.
Whittled away.
They will be hiding. They will pay. They will be destroyed because America is rising.
Getting whittled away in secret.
They will be hiding. They will pay. They will be destroyed because America is rising.
And there it is. They had bought into his big lie. President Trump told his supporters over and over again, nearly every day, in dozens of tweets, speeches, and rallies, that their most precious right in our democracy, their voice, their vote, was being stripped away, and they had to fight to stop that. And they believed him, and so they fought. And you may say, well, he didn't know that they'd take up arms. But when he did know,
Taking up arms.
when it was all over the news, President Trump didn't stop.
Jesus
As Mr.
Christ.
Swalwell will show, after Donald Trump lost, he became even more desperate and incited his base even further. He urged them, again and again, with increasingly forceful language, to fight to stop the steal. And even as the certification got closer, and he grew even more desperate, he gave them specific instructions on how, where, and when to fight to stop the steal. He told them to show up on January 6th and march to the U.S. Capitol to stop the certification of the election results. And he told them to come here and fight like hell. You will see clearly that this violent mob that showed up here on January 6th didn't come out of thin air. President Donald John Trump incited this violence. And that's the truth.
Eric Swalwell, and I represent California's 15th Congressional District. Manager Castro just told you about Donald
Failed
Trump's lies and
presidential
acts
candidate
before the
Eric
election.
Swalwell.
But, to paraphrase Winston Churchill, that wasn't the end of his efforts. That wasn't the beginning of the end. But perhaps it was the end of the beginning. Here's what I mean. You saw President Trump prime for months his supporters to believe that if the election was lost, it only could have been so because it was rigged. But that took time. Just like to build a fire, it doesn't just start with the flames. Donald Trump, for months and months, assembled the tinder, the kindling, threw on logs for fuel to have his supporters believe that the only way their victory would be lost was if it was stolen. So that way, President Trump was ready, if he lost the election, to light the match. And on November 7, after all the votes were counted, President Trump did lose by 7 million votes.
By a lot.
But for Donald Trump, all was not lost. He had a backup plan. Instead of accepting the results or pursuing legitimate claims, he told his base more lies. He doused the flames with kerosene. And this wasn't just some random guy at the neighborhood bar blowing off steam. This was our commander-in-chief. Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish lies that the election outcome was taken and it was rigged. And he had absolutely no support for his claims. But that wasn't the point. He wanted to make his base angrier and angrier. And to make them angry, he was willing to say anything. On November 15, he states, "I concede nothing. We have a long way to go. Rigged election." Doesn't say why the election is rigged. November 17, in a Twitter statement.
I just love how low
Dead
IQ
people voted.
the fucking tweets are.
That's it. No evidence. Just dead people voted.
Just dead people voted.
November 28,
They
Twitter statement.
voted, Eric.
"We have found many illegal votes. Stay tuned."
Stay tuned.
This just wasn't true. He never found illegal votes.
We found him.
He didn't even try to pretend
We'll
that
tell
he
you
had
about
evidence.
it later,
And
but
stay
we
tuned.
found him.
Well, that was all about inciting his base, not about bringing legitimate claims. It was about dramatizing the election to anger his supporters.
Oh, my bed sheet came off.
December 5, you see here, he goes after the governors of Arizona and Georgia, governors from his own party,
Radical
claiming that
left.
they weren't with him. You see, senators, he is casting this in combat terms, that either you were with him, making sure that he won the election, or you're fighting against
a
him.
little cold.
These are just a few of the hundreds of Twitter statements
I mean,
that President
I
Trump
just
sent.
I want to comment on Fartgate. I'm going to comment on this. First of all, farting is healthy. The more you fart, the healthier you are. Let's be honest here. It's not healthy to hold in gas every single day at all moments. Sure, it can be awkward, but let's be honest. It's a human interaction. It's like a sneeze. I feel like we should treat farts like sneezes. You know, when you sneeze, you say, excuse me, and someone's like, bless you. We should create a similar, you know, scheme for farts. That's what they are. I'm just saying, I'm throwing that out there. I'm on Team Eric when it comes to Fartgate. Just put my fucking pet foot down.
And it wasn't just Twitter statements. As you'll see, he was dialing into meetings, holding
Was
rallies,
it Chris Matthews?
appearing on television, continuing to spread the big
If
lie
that's the case.
that his election victory was stolen.
People that were dead were signing up for ballots. Not only were they coming in and putting in a ballot, but dead people were requesting ballots.
They were requesting ballots.
And they were requesting ballots.
Dead people voting all over the place?
The alleged
Dead
Biden margin of
people.
victory in several states is entirely accounted for by extraordinarily large midnight vote dumps. You saw them with going up to the sky.
Going up to the sky.
Massive midnight vote dumps. Dead people voting all over the place. He said there were votes going up to the sky. This was never about pursuing legitimate claims. He was
Fuck
saying
Rudy.
anything he could to
That was a
trigger and anger
shart.
his base
Totally different.
so that they would fight like
Farts are healthy. Sharts, you don't want to shart. That's not good. I'm just saying. Farting, that's a great thing. We should all embrace the farts. But if Rudy Giuliani is sharting all over the place and then, like, you know, adjusting his seating position and rubbing it into his cheeks, I don't want to be a part of that. That starts to create a lingering stench. It starts to soak into the chair. You don't want to deal with that. Sharts are bad, okay? Farts, they're good. I'm a total fart supporter. Sharts, on the other hand, no. That's a bridge too far.
hell to overturn a legitimate election. And it worked. Just as Manager Castro showed you, President Trump's supporters were taking up arms to stop the count. His message to fight like hell was having real consequences. In Michigan, you'll recall that President Trump was attacking that state and its officials. He continued these attacks even after Michigan certified its votes.
Take a look at Michigan. Take a look at what they did with respect to counties. And then you get to Detroit. And it's like more votes than people.
More votes
Dead
than
people voting all over the place.
There's dead
I
people.
won almost every county in Michigan, almost every district. We should have won that state very easily. We have a similar type of governor, I think, but I'll let you know that in about a week.
He's literally telling them that there were more votes in Detroit than people. About 206.
Bodan. Okay, Bodan. Think of a word that starts with SH that has to do with you know, the subject. And then consider that. It's a compound word, it's a combination of words. Just consider what word in the family, in the location, in the territory of what we're talking about starts with an SH. Just think about it.
60,000 people voted in Detroit. There are roughly 500,000 registered voters in Detroit. There are approximately 670,000 people living in the city. So again, not true. But he needed to make these outlandish claims to truly make his supporters believe that their victory was stolen from them. And it was working. A few days after these clips, on December 5, his supporters surrounded the Michigan Secretary of State's home.
Secretary of State.
Yeah, what does that mean? Is it just like, what is the, why, yeah, that's a good question. Why do people post the facepalm followed by the male sign? For some reason, YT has been splitting up gendered that's so weird, yeah. Okay.
House and the steal. Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
I was just going to give commentary for my video, but I have to participate.
Stop the steal. You're a threat to democracy. You're a threat to free and honest elections.
9 o'clock at night, Secretary's family's inside. Protesters have surrounded her home, and they're chanting that she's a felon. And as we saw, when armed protesters showed up to follow President Trump's direction to stop the steal, this was not the first time that President Trump's supporters used threats and intimidation. President Trump cannot say, I didn't know what I was inciting. From what Manager Castro showed and what I just showed, there was plenty of evidence that his words had consequences. And if he wanted to stop it, he could stop it. You saw Mr. Castro read statement after statement from our commander-in-chief saying, stop the count, stop the steal. President Trump was never shy about using his platforms to try and stop something. He could have very easily told his supporters, stop threatening officials, stop going to their homes, stop it with the threats. But each time, he didn't. Instead, in the face of escalating violence, he incited them further. The next phase in the certification of results was the certification on December 14 of the Electoral College votes. The night before, President Trump personally issued 14 Twitter statements with more false claims about the election being stolen and directing his supporters to make sure that, quote, they cannot be certified.
The rhinos.
He states here, the rhinos that run the state voting apparatus have caused us the problem of allowing the Democrats to so blatantly cheat in their attempt to steal the election, which we won overwhelmingly.
We will
never give up.
By a lot.
In the face of threats to elected officials, this is his message. And he calls them rhinos, Republicans in name only, and tells them to never give up. President Trump, to him, it was his supporters against anyone who would not overturn the election results so that President Trump could win. But on December 14, despite all of President Trump's efforts to stop, the electors cast their votes according to the will of the American people, and Joe Biden was certified as having won 306 Electoral College votes. The day after this occurred, Leader McConnell recognized this, stating, many of us hoped that the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January 20. The Electoral College has spoken. As Manager Castro said, no one here, no one among us wants to lose an election.
Max is pretty good.
Sometimes there's a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount or we go to court. That's entirely appropriate. But what President Trump did was different. What President Trump did was the polar opposite of what any of us would do if we lost an election. Because once the outcome is clear and the judge rules, we concede. We recognize the will of the American people because we let the people decide. And that's what all of the courts, the Justice Department, and the 50 states that had counted the votes, they said it was time for a peaceful transition of power because that's what our Constitution and rule of law demands. Except President Trump. He directed all of the rage that he had incited to January 6th.
Oh my God, stop.
That was his last chance to
Stop
stop the peaceful transition of power. And that brings us to the attack. Manager Castro told you the power of the lie, especially when the lie comes from the most powerful person in the world, the commander-in-chief. It also helps if you spend millions of dollars to amplify that lie. You'll see here, in mid-December, President Trump announced the release of ads, including ones entitled, "The evidence is overwhelming, fraud, stop the steal." He spent $50 million from his legal defense fund on these ads to stop the steal and amplify his message. They were released nationally, played in video ads, online advertising, and targeted text messages. They used the same words and phrases that President Trump had been spreading for months, that the election was full of fraud, to stop the steal. But now they had a specific purpose. How do we know that purpose? These ads were designed to run all the way up to January 5.
The doggy is good.
And then they stopped. This was purposeful and deliberate planning to target his base to rally around that day. And it wasn't just his ads. He continued to use his own platform. He told his supporters, who truly believed their victory had been stolen and who were ready to fight, when, where, and how to stop what he believed was a steal.
Stop the steal, folks.
Donald Trump would issue a deliberate
Stop
call to action.
the steal.
And just like in his ads, that action centered around January 6th. On December 19, at 1:42 in the morning, our commander-in-chief tweeted, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there. Will be wild. Will be wild."
Oh my God.
We know why he picked this day. It wasn't random. It was his last chance to stop a peaceful transition of power. And he gave his supporters plenty of time to plan. This was the save the date, sent out 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't a casual one-off reference or a single invitation. For the next 18 days, Donald Trump would make sure to remind them over and over and over to show up on January 6th. And he would tell them exactly what he wanted them to do. On December 26th, he tweets, "If a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen, with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, the Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans do nothing, just want to let it pass. No fight." He's saying that the Republicans are doing nothing and have no fight because you are doing your job, taking on the constitutional process of certifying the
I'm
electoral
losing
college results.
viewers because of this fucking chat room.
And he also suggests, President Trump, that if this was the reverse and the Democrats had lost, it would be an act of war. An act of war. That's how Donald Trump prepared his supporters for January 6th. He even stated again 14 minutes later to make sure his supporters understood, quote, "The Justice Department and the FBI have done nothing about the 2020 presidential election voter fraud, the biggest scam, all caps, in our nation's history, despite overwhelming evidence. They should be ashamed." And then he adds, "History will remember. Never give up. See everyone in D.C. on January 6th. That phrase, history will remember, was the first time Donald Trump had used it in his presidency. And he sent this to 70+ million Twitter followers the day they needed to show up and be ready to fight. On December 27, he reminds them again, "Don't miss it. Information to follow." A few days later, December 30, all caps, "See you in D.C." This continues all the way up to January 6. On January 1, he states, "The big protest rally in Washington will take place at 11 a.m. Locational details to follow. Stop the steal." You'll see that an hour later, President Trump retweeted one of his Twitter followers. That follower was Kylie Kremer, executive director of Women for America First, the group organizing the January 6 rally and the creator of the Facebook group Stop the Steal. Kremer tweeted, quote, "The cavalry is coming, Mr. President," referring to the cavalry showing up on January 6. She also added a website for supporters to RSVP and made clear what the message was. Hashtag Stop the Steal. And what did President Trump say in response to hearing that the cavalry was coming? "A great honor," he wrote back. This wasn't just a single tweet. He and his organizers would do this over and over repeatedly. On January 3, another supporter tweets, "We have been marching all around the country for you, Mr. President. Now we will bring it to D.C. on January 6 and proudly stand beside you. Thank you for fighting for us." When President Trump reposted her tweet, she wrote back, "Best day ever. Thank you for the retweet. It has been an honor to stand up and fight for you and our nation. We will be standing strong on January 6th in D.C. with you. We are bringing the cavalry, Mr. President." We are bringing the cavalry. That was the consistent message. This was not just any old protest. President Trump was inciting something historic. The cavalry was coming.
The cavalry is
And he was organized.
coming, folks.
In her post, Ms. Lawrence tagged Kylie Kremer, the organizer of the event, whose post we just saw President Trump retweet. Again, you see, this is all connected. I won't show you all of the Twitter statements, and there are a lot, but here's one more. President Trump retweeted another of Ms. Kremer's posts, which had all the details of January 6th, with the same hashtags. March for President Trump, do not certify, stop the steal. And in response, President Trump, he writes back, "I will be there. Historic day."
Historic day, folks. Historic.
Before Congress, I prosecuted violent crimes in California as an Alameda County Deputy District Attorney. And when you investigate and prosecute violent crimes, you have to distinguish. Was this a heat of passion crime, or was it something more deliberate, planned, premeditated? The evidence here on this count is overwhelming. President Trump's conduct leading up to January 6th was deliberate, planned, and premeditated. This was not one speech, not one tweet. It was dozens in rapid succession with the specific details. He was acting as part of the host committee. In fact, when he had assembled his inflamed mob in D.C., he warned us that he knew what was coming. This was President Trump's statement the night before the attack. I should say this was one of his dozens of statements on Twitter in the hours leading up to the attack. I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party, are looking at the thousands of people
This is
pouring
like
into
a
DC.
very
They won't
thorough
stand for a
dunking of
landslide
Trump
victory
right now.
to be stolen. At Senate Majority Leader, at John Cornyn, at Senator John Thune. Thousands of people pouring into DC who won't stand for the landslide election to be stolen. It's all right there. And he tags senators to pressure you to stop this. And he warns all of us that his thousands of supporters, whom you'll see that the FBI had warned.
And watch the beta cucks acquit him. The beta cucks are going to be like, yeah, I know my boss just tried to kill me, but, I mean, have you seen his gorgeous hair? I love him so much.
Were armed and targeting the Capitol, won't stand for us certifying the results of the election. This was never about one speech.
Yeah, this is Marco
He built this
Rubio
mob
right
over
now.
many months with repeated messaging until they believed that they had been robbed of their vote and they would do
I
anything
think Eric
to stop the
Swalwell
certification.
is 12.
He made them believe that their victory was
Thank
stolen
you, Daniel.
and incited them so he could use them to steal the election for himself.
This election was rigged.
This is tyranny against the people of the United States, and we are not standing for it anymore.
If we don't root out the fraud, the tremendous and horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore.
The left lies, they cheat and they steal. They are ruthless, and they are hell-bent on getting power and control by any means necessary.
Take 3 steps back. Move back.
Can't let it happen. Can't let it happen. The Democrats are trying to steal the White House. You cannot let them.
Can't let it happen. Never concede. Fight. He told them in speech after speech. These crowds were ready to fight. This is what President Trump was inciting. He foresaw what was coming, and this is what he deliberately led to our doorstep on January 6th. I want to be clear. During this trial, when we talk about the violent mob during the attack, we do not mean every American who showed up at President Trump's rally. Certain Americans came to protest
What's
peacefully.
Twitter? What's
as is their
cancel
right.
culture?
That is what makes our country so great, to debate freely, openly, and peacefully our differences, just like all of you were attempting to do in this very room on January 6th. But what President Trump did was different. He didn't tell his supporters to fight or be strong in a casual reference. He repeatedly, over months, told them to fight for a specific purpose. He told them their victory was stolen, the election was rigged, and their patriotic duty was to fight to stop the steal. And he repeated this messaging even after he saw the violence it was inciting. And when they were primed and angry and ready to fight, he escalated and channeled their rage
Look at that
with a
dog.
call to arms. Show up on January 6th, at the exact time the votes of the American people were being counted and certified, and then march to the Capitol and fight like hell. He told this to thousands of people who were armed to the teeth, targeting us and determined to stop the Electoral College count. What our commander-in-chief did was wildly different from what anyone here in this room did to raise election concerns. This was a deliberate, premeditated incitement to his base to attack our Capitol while the counting was going on.
Yeah, I might
And it was
like lay
foreseeable,
down, man.
especially to President Trump, who warned us he knew what was
I'm gonna
coming.
lay down.
This is what the evidence has overwhelmingly shown and will show in this trial. And it's also the truth.
All right, Eric. Good job.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for a 15-minute break.
All right.
Without objection, so.
First, bring out Joaquin Castro of Texas, and he looked at some of the pre-election alleged provocations by then-President, former President Trump ahead of the election while wrapping up there. Eric Swalwell of California
tweeted.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues, Madeline Dean and Ted Lieu, will now detail former President Trump's increasingly desperate attempts to stop the steal.
Can I come up with a way to like get me on camera while I'm laying
President?
down, without me being
Esteemed
cut
members
off?
of the Senate, it is my solemn honor to be before you today. I am Madeline Dean, Congresswoman from the 4th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. I'm a lawyer. I'm a former professor of writing. I'm a sister. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother to 3 with 4th on her way. I'm a person of faith. And I'm an American. Along with Manager Lieu, I will present the actions of a desperate president. And we will present evidence today of a class of public servants who, standing up to enormous pressure from the President of the United States, did the right thing and upheld their oaths. My colleagues just presented evidence of a President Trump's months-long efforts to incite his base, leading them to believe the election was stolen, that they needed to fight like hell to stop the steal on...
And y'all were wondering, why don't you just watch it live? Well, I just saved y'all 15 minutes of your life.
January the 6th. These weren't President Trump's
Thank
only
me.
efforts to
Thank
overturn
me.
the results. Manager Lou and I will present evidence of President Trump's relentless, escalating campaigns to fabricate an election victory by ignoring adverse court rulings, pressuring and threatening election officials, attacking senators and members of Congress, pressuring the Justice Department, and finally bullying his own vice president. President Trump and his allies filed 62 separate lawsuits in federal courts across more than half a dozen states and the District of Columbia, including Pennsylvania, my home state, as well as Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Wisconsin. Of the 62 post-election legal challenges, he lost 61. Only one was successful, and that case involved ballot curing in Pennsylvania and had no impact on President Biden's 80,555 vote victory in our Commonwealth. To be clear, not a single court, not a single judge agreed that the election results were invalid or should be invalidated. Instead, court after court reviewing these challenges said these cases were, quote,
Thank you
not
for the
credible,
PayPal cash, by the
without
way, that
merit,
anyone has given me.
based on nothing but speculation.
I am not going to
and
fall
flat out
asleep,
wrong.
asshole.
The judiciary
Fuck you.
resoundingly rejected
Fuck
Trump's
you,
fraud
okay.
allegations and upheld the election results.
All right,
But it was more.
I got to do a public. I just saved y'all 15 minutes, so this motherfucker in the chat room, Daisy ass, motherfucking Duke ass fuck, falls asleep yesterday. Falls asleep, just disappears from the chat room. All of a sudden now I'm gonna fall asleep. Motherfucker, I am a lucid dreamer. I have got the most consistent and robust sleep schedule in the history of sleep schedules. So I need to let you know that this is some fake news being peddled in my chat. And as Joaquin Castro said, lies can travel all the way across the world before the truth can get its shoes on. And as you can see, I do not have my shoes on, right? So I am ill-equipped in my capacity right now to spread truth and reconciliation throughout this chat room, but I'm trying my best. Hello, Jimmy. Sorry, I'm still relatively new to this channel. Why are you sorry? Is everything okay? So whose name? What's happening? Help. Oh, my name is Andrea. Yeah, that's me.
More than that, the court said these cases were different. They were dangerous to our democracy. For an example, in an opinion by United States District Court Judge Matthew Brann from Pennsylvania,
just a real quick
said, and I quote,
foot fact, so someone can go update my wiki feed page. I have 2 toes that are partially connected. If people want to see, I will accept $5 via PayPal, and I will send you a photograph. If you just send me money on PayPal or Cash App, give me where you want the photograph to be received, whether it be email, Twitter DM, Discord DM. 2 of my toes are partially connected. It is very unique. I'm a very interesting individual, so I'm just throwing that out there.
Quote, this court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its 6th most populated state. Our people and laws...
No. My feet are not webbed. They are not webbed. They are connected. Right, so imagine, right, you know how, like, your hands... Now imagine if your hands, like, instead of this part where your hands are, imagine it's up here. They're not webbed. They are connected.
Let alone all the voters of its 6th most populated state. Our people and laws and institutions demand more. Because this court has no authority to take away the right to vote of even a single person, let alone millions of citizens, it cannot grant plaintiffs' requested relief.
Oh my God.
That decision by Judge Braun was affirmed on appeal by Judge Stefanos Bibas, a Trump appointee who agreed and wrote, and I quote, the campaign's claims have no merit. The number of ballots it specifically challenges is far smaller than the roughly 81,000 vote margin of victory. And it never claims fraud or that any of the votes were cast by illegal voters. Plus, tossing out millions of mail-in ballots would be drastic and unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge swath of the electorate and upsetting all down ballot races, end quote. Similarly, as Judge Linda Parker of the Eastern District of Michigan framed it, she said, stunning in its scope and breathtaking in its reach. If granted, the relief would disenfranchise the votes of more than 5.5 million Michigan citizens who, with dignity and hope and a promise of a vote, participated in the 2020 general election. Donald Trump told his supporters, they are stealing the election. They took away your vote. It's rigged. That was not true. According to judge after judge, the truth was exactly the opposite. Trump was not suing to ensure election integrity. He was pursuing lawsuits that would, in effect, strip away American votes so that he could win. In other words, Donald Trump was asking the judiciary to take away votes from Americans so that he could steal the election for himself. Then, after losing in all the courts, Trump turned to another tactic, pressuring and threatening election officials. You saw what happened in Michigan after Trump attacked the state and its election officials. His supporters surrounded the Secretary of State's home, as you saw in the earlier slide, chanting, calling her a felon. On November 17th, the Board of Canvassers
Thank you, Lori.
for Wayne County, Michigan, home to Detroit, unanimously certified the election results for Biden.
I actually did start a grift for a better tripod, but it's too big, so I can't use it on my desk. It's just too big, and therefore it takes up too much screen space. So, yeah, that's a problem. What is a gorilla pod? I don't know, gorillas kind of have a bad rap in the news lately.
Same night, after their vote to certify the results, Trump called the two Republican members of that board, pressuring them to change their minds. The call worked. The next day, both Monica Palmer and William Hartman, the Republican board members, attempted to rescind their vote to certify Michigan's election results, but they simply couldn't. President Trump didn't stop there. He then contacted Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate, Mike Shirkey, and the Speaker of the Michigan House, Lee Chatfield, to lobby them to overturn Michigan's results. Trump invited Mr. Chatfield and Mr. Shirkey to Washington to meet with him at the White House, where the president lobbied them further. Let's be clear. Donald Trump was calling officials, hosting them at the White House, urging them to defy the voters in their state, and instead award votes to Trump. The officials held strong, and so Trump moved on to a different state, my home state of Pennsylvania. I am certain my senators, Casey and Senator Toomey, remember what happened there. In early December, as he did in Michigan, he began calling election officials, including my former colleagues in the Pennsylvania legislature, Republicans, Majority Leader Kim Ward and Speaker of the House, Brian Cutler. Majority Leader Ward said the president called her to, quote, declare there was a fraud in the voting, end quote. Then on November 25th, President Trump phoned into a Republican state Senate policy hearing trying to convince the Republican legislators, senators, and House members there had been a fraud in the vote. He even had his lawyer hold a phone up to the microphone in that hearing room so the committee could hear him. Here is what he said.
Jesus. This is so good.
We can't let that happen. We can't let it happen for our country. And this election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot and we won all of these swing states by a lot.
This was a gathering. I've attended many, I have to tell you, as a former state legislator, a lot of policy hearings. I have to say with some confidence that was likely the first time a president of the United States of America called into a state legislative policy hearing. And remember, here is the president saying he won Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania had been certified that Biden had won by more than 80,000 votes. Less than a week after calling into that meeting, he invited multiple Republican members of the Pennsylvania legislature to the White House, the same scheme he had used on the Michigan legislators. It didn't work with those public servants either. Think about it. The President of the United States was calling public officials, calling from the White House, inviting them into the Oval Office, telling them to disenfranchise voters of their state.
Yes,
telling them to overturn the will of the American people.
Soon, TM.
Also, he could take the election for himself. And then in Georgia, a state Trump had counted on for victory, his conduct was perhaps the most egregious. On November 11th, Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger confirmed that he believed ballots were accurately counted for Biden. Trump went on a relentless attack. Here are just a few examples. In all, Trump tweeted at Raffensperger 17 times in the coming week. I'll show you just a few. Calling him a disaster, obstinate, not having a clue, being played for a fool, and being a so-called Republican. All because Raffensperger was doing his job, ensuring the integrity of our elections. And these attacks had consequences. Mr. Raffensperger and his family received death threats. Quote, your husband deserves to face a firing squad. You better not botch this recount. Your life depends upon it. The Raffenspergers should be put on trial for treason and face execution. Just some of the threats they received. After these death threats, on November 25th, Mr. Raffensperger wrote an op-ed where he said, my family voted for Trump, donated to him, and are now being thrown under the bus by him.
I love Speed of Doom.
But he also noted, elections are the bedrock of our democracy. They need to be run fairly and perhaps more importantly, impartially. That's not partisan, that's just American. It's important to remember that this wasn't just a random attack. Trump wasn't just criticizing a politician over policy. We're saying he didn't agree. Donald Trump was...
Got breaking news. Everyone, we have breaking news. Everyone alert, alert, alert. We have breaking news. Breaking news. So I'm on Twitter arguing with some dumb fuck about what gold is, and I see this gem appear in my Twitter notifications. I've got a gem. Breaking news, folks. Breaking news is more important than impeachment. Boom. Is the one good thing in my life I did the NSA story, where we confronted and exposed Western intelligence agencies, or revealing corruption by the Bolsonaro government that freed Lula, starting our homeless-run animal shelter, which is the one good one. Glenn Greenwald is triggered. Love to see it, love to see it.
Savagely attacking a Secretary of State because the official did his job and certified the state according to how the people in that state voted. Donald Trump was trying to undermine our elections by taking votes away from the American people so that he could remain president. And he was willing to blame and betray anyone, even his own supporters, if they got in the way. Remember, senators, those threats were to Mr. Raffensperger's family. So some may say Trump didn't know his attacks against Mr. Raffensperger would result in death threats, except that all of this was very public. The secretary published his op-ed in USA Today, and major networks, including Fox, covered the threats against the Raffensperger. What did Trump do? Did he stop? Did he say, no?
By the way, why did Glenn Greenwald put my name in quotes? Is this a transphobic dog whistle? That's what I read this as, a transphobic dog whistle. That's what I read this as. Am I incorrect in that? Because I know Glenn Greenwald doesn't like transgender people. He says so all the time. So why is my name in quotes? I'm going to ask that. I'm just ignoring the temper tantrum. I'm just curious. I mean,
that isn't what I meant.
That's weird.
No, he doubled down. Let's see the evidence.
This was a massive fraud.
Massive fraud
In this country, we're like a third world country. Look at Georgia. But I understand the Secretary of State, who is really, he's an enemy of the people.
An enemy
the Secretary of State,
people.
and whether he's Republican or not, this man, what he's done.
Like this character in Georgia who's a disaster.
This character. I love when Donald Trump called Raffensperger a character. It's just this character in Georgia. I think of the word character. Like, oh my God.
Let that sink in. A Republican public servant doing his job, whose family had just received death threats, and the President of the United States labeled him an enemy of the people. And that's why this is different, because this was not just one attack or one comment. This was attack after attack in the face of clear threats of violence. And on December 1st, another official, Gabriel Sterling, a Republican who voted for Trump, made this point and appealed directly to our president to stop his dangerous conduct.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. You have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed.
Mr. Sterling put this perfectly. In this country, we can appropriately challenge a close count, or go to the courts, or disagree with others, or make bold statements. But what Trump was doing was different. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. Mr. Sterling saw what Trump's conduct was fomenting. He warned him on live TV that violence was already happening and that more violence was foreseeable and inevitable. Sterling's pleas were played over and over on every network. Rather than heed that warning, Trump escalated again. In early December, Trump called Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, and pressured him to hold a special session of the state legislature to overturn the election results and to appoint electors who would vote for Trump. A few weeks later, on December 23rd, Trump...
Yeah, I love that. Like, I'm like a fucking 24-year-old in my bedroom, right? Like, what have you done? I'm like 60 years old, but what have you done? It's like, it's just like, I'm like, Glenn Greenwald is one of the most easily triggered motherfuckers that I've ever met in my life. Like, I seriously, dude. Like, if I had... How many followers does Glenn have? If I had 1.6 million followers, right? 1.6 million followers. I would not be trolling fucking 24-year-olds in their bedrooms. If I had 1.6 million followers, you know what I would be doing? I would be like tweeting out fucking, trans crowdfund links. I would be like fucking trying to organize like for like DSA or other socialist organizations. I would try to be like raising money for homeless shelters or animal shelters or like food banks. I would not be trolling transgender people on Twitter. Like, I'm just saying. Like, and the best part, he's insecure and he's justifying his resume. That's the best part, is like, I do think he did good work. I said in my tweet that Glenn Greenwald has done good work. That's what I said. I said he's done good work. And like, it's just like that he's still pissed. It's just bizarre. It's bizarre. It's strange.
chief investigator for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, who was conducting
Damn right, Elf.
an audit of the signature matching procedures for absentee ballots. Trump urged him, find the fraud, and claimed the official would be a national hero if he did. Let's call this what it is. He was asking the official to say there was evidence of fraud when there wasn't any. The official refused, and the investigation was completed. And on December...
DJ Elf, I'll give you a little bit of a crash course. So, the definition of anarchist and the definition of communist, personally, communism is the goal. So, a communist is someone that wants to achieve communism. An anarchist also is someone that wants to achieve communism. So if you Google these words, right, you Google, what is communism? A philosophical, social, political, and economic ideology and movement whose ultimate goal is the establishment of a communist society, namely a socioeconomic order structured upon the ideas of a common ownership of the means of production in the absence of social hierarchy. So if you look up anarchist, or anarchism, I guess is, the particular definition. You look up anarchism, a belief in the abolition of all government and the organization of a society on a voluntary cooperative basis without recourse to force or compulsion, which basically means the major distinctions between anarchism and communism is really based around aesthetics. I identify more with anarchism because I don't like big governments. I don't think that, having a giant government with totalitarian power is a good idea. Some communists think that. That's just my particular brand. But the goal of anarchism is to achieve communism, and the goal of communism is to achieve communism. Communism is more of like a state of, society. But these words have been given a lot of, various things. But no, they're not identical, or they're not opposites. They're identical or coexisting or whatever, in my estimation.
29th, Raffensperger announced that the audit found, quote, no fraudulent absentee ballots with a 99% confidence level. On January 3rd, Trump tweeted about a call he had with Georgia election officials the day before. He said, and I quote, I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. On January the 5th, the Washington Post released a recording of that call, which had occurred on January 2nd. Remember, just 4 days before the attack on the Capitol. Here is what President Trump said.
It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense.
It's a criminal offense.
You can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
It's a big risk.
Let's be clear.
Reminder: I want to play some great audio from the Trump tapes.
Early in the morning, they went to the table with the black robe, the black shield, and they pulled out the votes.
They went to the tables with the black robe and the black shield. What the fuck? The black robe. Mike Silver, we've had this argument before, and I understand why you get triggered by the word communism, but communism cannot kill people as it's never been achieved. What you're saying are people that worked in a totalitarian and corrupt government killed people, which is correct. They are not communists. They are not communism. And again, that's the main reason why I identify with anarchism more than communism, because communism has baggage, like you say. But to say that communism killed people is just factually untrue. Communism has never been achieved, and therefore it couldn't kill anybody. And if communism were achieved, then it is the exact opposite of doing harm to fellow humans or people, or animals, or whatever.
This is the President of the United States telling a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will face criminal penalties. And not just any number of votes. Donald Trump was asking...
Well, yeah, sure. Communism has been achieved in, small communities, for sure. I mean, I'm just talking about on a grand scale. To say that the Soviet Union was communist is just wrong. They tried and failed tremendously, right? But, it's just... It's all semantics at the end of the day. So I'm not here to, get involved in, fucking... But actually, because I'm not... Whatever. At the end of the day, these words don't really mean anything. It's just about how we interpret them. That's why I identify more with anarchist philosophy, because I just want to skip that garbage. But I'm just saying, the goal of anarchism is to achieve communism. It's just we have a slight disagreement in corporate and government control and what that kind of stuff is about.
Secretary of State to somehow find the exact number of votes Donald Trump lost the state by. Remember, President Biden won Georgia by 11,779 votes. In his own words, Trump said, "All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes." He wanted the Secretary of State to somehow find the precise number plus one so that he could win. Here's what he said.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
He says it right there. The President of the United States telling a public official to manufacture the exact votes needed so he can win. Senators, we must not become numb to this. Trump did this across state after state, so often, so loudly, so publicly. Public officials like you and me receive death threats and calls threatening criminal penalties.
USSR they have, like, again, in the same way that China is a communist state, it doesn't make them, I can say, all right, y'all, I'm a capitalist. Does that make me a capitalist? No, it's like you can say whatever you want. Like, when Republicans go out there and say, oh, we believe in the Constitution. Well, if you believe in the Constitution, you wouldn't storm the fucking Capitol building and try to kill the vice president. Like, you can say you believe something, that doesn't mean that that's actually what you believe. And that's the important distinction between the Soviet Union, China, and actual communism. Right? That's just what that is. Like, I can say, I can say I'm whatever I want. It doesn't make it true, necessarily. If I'm going to cut a video on this subject, it's not going to be this. It's not going to be this.
All because Trump wanted to remain in power. These public officials exercised great political and personal courage in the face of unprecedented pressure from a president of the United States. Senators, ours is a dialogue with history, a conversation with the past, with a hope for the future. Senators, I thank you today for your kind attention.
Yo, Glenn is getting fucking ratioed on Twitter. Holy fuck. Can we just talk about, like, Glenn's getting destroyed. He's got one like.
I'm Congressman Ted Lieu.
One
My colleague,
retweet
Congresswoman
and 10
Dean,
replies.
went through President Trump's efforts to overturn the election through the courts, and when that started failing, his deeply disturbing attacks on state and local officials. I'm going to walk through President Trump's extraordinary efforts.
I just want to say, I like Ted Lieu for the most part. I mean, he's a little cringy, but let's see how he plays.
Remaining until January 6th, when he tried again to overturn the
Furry convention. Wait, whoa, what the phone? Furry convention. Someone sign me up.
election. I first want to highlight Representative Rasmussen's question to all of you today. Is this America? Like all of you, I love this country. I am an immigrant. My parents came to Ohio, and we started off living in the basement of a person's home. We were poor, and they went to flea markets to sell gifts to make ends meet. Over many years, they built a small business, opened 6 gift stores, and achieved the American dream. It's one reason I joined the United States Air Force on active duty. I believe America is an exceptional country. I was trained as a prosecutor at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama, and I remain in the reserves.
Oh my God, Glenn's doubling down. Glenn's doubling down. Holy crap. Hold up. Hold up, I'm gonna double, hold up. I gotta sit up. Hold up. I gotta destroy this guy. Live on stream. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec, folks. Give me a sec. I gotta destroy this guy live on stream. All right. I mean, I hate to be in this position, but I mean, this guy is like, you know, he's harassing me on Twitter, so I gotta do something, right? All right, let's do it. All right, y'all. I mean, again, you know, I'm not, you know, I don't want to be here. If you were to tell me like a year ago, oh, you're going to be on Twitter, like destroying Glenn Greenwald live on stream, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be here. Like, if you were to ask me a year ago, I'd be like, dude, I love Glenn Greenwald. I don't want to be doing this. Right? But it's like, here I am. This guy is going to deny reality. So it's like, all right, okay, I'll bring my email receipts out. So again, hey, whatever. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there. And this is a retweet. It's a retweet.
Retweet. That was an opinion of somebody, and that was a retweet. I'll put it out there. People can decide for themselves. I don't take a position.
I don't take a position. I just don't. I'll check that out. Mudjo, that's a tomorrow scoop. That I've already got it though. Thank you, but I'll definitely check it out tomorrow.
Because we're the greatest country in the world. But how did our exceptional country get to the point where a violent mob attacked our Capitol, murdering a police officer, assaulting over 140 other officers? How did we get to the point where rioters desecrated, defiled, and dishonored your Senate chamber, where the very place in which you sit became a crime scene, and where National Guard troops still patrol outside wearing body armor? I'll show you how we got here. President Donald J. Trump ran out of non-violent options to maintain power. After his efforts in the courts and threatening officials failed, he turned to privately and publicly attacking members of his own party in the House and in the Senate. He would publicly bait senators, naming them in social media. For example, on December 18th, President Trump named at Senate Majority Leader and Republican senators, telling them they have to get tougher, or they won't have a Republican Party anymore. We won the presidential election by a lot. Fight for it. Don't let them take it away. President Trump was suggesting to members of this Senate that if they didn't help him try to overturn the election, there would be consequences. On December 24th, President Trump wrote, I saved at least 8 Republican senators, including Mitch, from losing in the last rigged for-president election. Now they almost all sit back and watch me fight against a crooked and vicious foe, the radical left Democrats. I will, and in all capital letters he wrote, never forget, exclamation point. President Trump was telling you that you owe him, that if you don't help him fight to overturn the results, he will never forget, and that there will be consequences. These are threats, just like the threats he made to state and local officials. And it continued. On December 29th, President Trump tweeted, can you imagine the Republicans stole a presidential election from the Democrats? All hell would break out. Republican leadership only wants a path of least resistance. Our leaders, not me of course, are pathetic. They only know how to lose. P.S. I got many senators and congressmen and congresswomen elected. I do believe they forgot. President Trump targeted senators and members of Congress on social media, calling them pathetic for letting the election get, quote, stolen from them. On January 4th, 2 days before the attack, President Trump tweeted, the surrender caucus within the Republican Party will go down in infamy as weak and ineffective guardians of our nation.
Jenna Nix, you were talking on to this morning show about how I do ninja Twitter or whatever, right? This is why I'm on Twitter during my streams, because you never know, right? Whenever like Twitter is just a brand building exercise, right? So you never know when I'm going to be on Twitter, right? And then Glenn Greenwald is going to fucking reply to me with some dumb bullshit. And then so this is why I'm on Twitter during the shows. Usually it's nothing, but sometimes you get some guy with 1 million followers who wants to pick a fight. And it's like, all right, fuck it, whatever.
Who are willing to accept the certification of fraudulent presidential numbers. Now he's mocking some Republican members as the surrender caucus, calling them weak and ineffective guardians of our nation because they would not pretend that he had won when in fact he had not. And then, the very day before the attack, President Trump's threats grew even more heated and specific towards Republicans that he considered to be part of that surrender caucus. Now, we've shown you this tweet before, but I want to draw your attention to how the president was not just inciting his base, but how he was also calling out specific Senate Republicans at the end of this tweet. This is a specific warning to anyone who won't help him overturn the results. Anyone who was against the president became an enemy. And let me be very clear. The president wasn't just coming for one or two people or Democrats like me. He was coming for you, for Democratic and Republican senators. He was coming for all of us, just as the mob did at his direction.
I don't know.
In addition to going after senators and members of Congress,
said.
President Trump
I
also
don't have any good
pressured
clips.
our Justice Department to investigate the false claims that the election was stolen. At the president's direction, Attorney General William Barr, a loyal member of the president's cabinet, authorized federal prosecutors to pursue substantial allegations of voting and vote tabulation irregularities. Bill Barr pursuing these allegations sparked an outcry. 16 assistant U.S. attorneys in the Trump administration urged the Attorney General to cease investigations because they had not seen evidence of any substantial anomalies. That means they did not find any evidence of real fraud. Attorney General Barr pursued the investigation.
Oh my God! I'm sorry, I gotta pause this, but you know, I'll just slow it down so y'all can watch this while I'm fucking around.
Investigations, anyways, and after his investigation, this is what he found. Quote, "We have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." 2 weeks later, on December 14th, the electors voted to give Joe Biden 306 electoral votes and ensured his victory. The following day, Bill Barr resigned. Attorney General Barr had loyally served President Trump. He had never publicly come out against the president, but for Bill Barr, making up election fraud claims and saying the election was stolen was a bridge too far. Bill Barr made clear that attempting to overturn election results crossed a line. According to a news report, Bill Barr, the highest law enforcement official in the land, told President Donald Trump to his face that his theories of election fraud were, quote, bullshit, unquote.
A fair
when
share
Bill Barr
is
resigned,
a bullshit
his former
concept.
deputy, Jeff Rosen, took his place. President Trump initially tweeted about Mr. Rosen that he was an outstanding person when he announced that he would become acting Attorney General. But when Rosen took over, President Trump put the same pressure on him that he had done with state officials, members of Congress, U.S. senators, and his former Attorney General. President Trump reportedly summoned acting Attorney General Rosen to the Oval Office the next day and pressured Rosen to appoint special counsels to keep investigating the election, including unfounded accusations of widespread voter fraud, and also to investigate Dominion, the voting machines firm. According to reports, Mr. Rosen refused. He maintained that he would make decisions based on the facts and the law, and reminded President Trump what he had already been told by Attorney General Bill Barr, that the department had already investigated and, quote, found no evidence of widespread fraud. But President Trump refused to follow the facts and the law, so the president turned to someone he knew would do his bidding. He turned to Jeffrey Clark, another Justice Department lawyer, who had allegedly expressed support for using the Department of Justice to investigate the election results.
Oh my God.
Shortly after
Glenn Greenwald is now at the point where he's replying to people that are making fun of him, and he's just replying to, like, what is this guy doing? He's got 1 million followers, motherfucker. 1.6 million followers, and he's replying to a bunch of like fucking loser, like fucking people, like 500 follower accounts. Like, what is going on here? Like, what is that? Like, what is going on? This is bizarre. This is strange. This is incredibly strange behavior. I just don't understand this behavior. It's so strange to me. It's like, you know, it's like I'm watching an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog. This is bizarre. Hello, Rielon. Thank you. Webbed feet. I don't have webbed feet. You know, I'm just going to put this to rest. I'm going to put this to bed. All right. Brace for impact. I'm going to put this to bed. Hold up. Live on stream? Live on stream. Okay. So, right? These are my toes. It's cold out, so my skin's a little crackly. So these are my toes. That's my, that's my toe. And then you look at these. So you see how these go like way down, right? That's actually connected. These are actually like, look at that. See? You see how like the line here that separates them, like it doesn't go down all the way, right? It should go down right here, right? But instead, like it doesn't, like see? So that's the normal toe, normal. And my other foot, for reference, my other foot is not like this. It's only my left foot. My other foot has, it go down all the way. So, that's the situation. That's what we're dealing with right now. And I just had to correct the record. I had to set it straight. It is not a webbed toe. That is not a webbed toe, and by any stretch of the imagination, there is no web. There's no webbing. I'm not a duck. I'm not a duck. It's just plain and simple. I know what I'm doing, Daisy Dukes. This is called teasing, motherfucker. This is called letting people know what they're getting into.
Acting Attorney General Rosen followed his duty and the law to reopen, to refuse.
I just want to say they're definitely not normal. I have seen many people's feet, and they're definitely not normal. Like, y'all are telling me this is normal. That is fake news. You are lying to me. I have seen no one else's foot ever be shaped like that in any capacity.
Reopen investigations. President Trump intended to replace Mr. Rosen with Mr. Clark, who could then try to stop Congress from certifying the Electoral College results. According to reports, White House counsel Pat Cipollone advised President Trump not to fire Acting Attorney General Rosen. Department officials had also threatened to resign en masse if he had fired Rosen. President Trump's actions, time and time again, made clear that he would do anything and pressure anyone if it meant overturning the election results. We watched President Trump use any means necessary to pursue this aim, feverishly grasping for straws at retaining his hold on the presidency. But all his efforts prior to January 6 kept failing. And finally, in his desperation, he turned on his own vice president. He pressured Mike Pence to violate his constitutional oath and to refuse to certify the oath. President Trump had decided that Vice President Pence, who presided over the certification, could somehow stop it. As Pence would later confirm, the vice president does not have that power in the Constitution. And President Trump never tried to explain why he thought the vice president could block the certification of the election results. He just began relentlessly attacking the vice president. Publicly,
That's
President Trump
a
attacked Pence
good. I just want to echo this, what Lori is saying. Where else but above it all do you get this tremendous content? Hit the like button. Only 57 likes? You know what? I will not resume the impeachment stream until we get to 60. If I don't get to 60 okay, we just got to 60.
Social media and at rallies,
I should have put the bar higher.
That Mike Pence could stop this certification on January 6th. Here's what President Trump said in Georgia on January 4th.
And I hope Mike Pence comes through for us.
Mike Pence.
I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Behind closed doors, President Trump applied significant pressure to his second in command. Multiple reports confirmed that President Trump used his personal attorneys and other officials to pressure the vice president. Trump reportedly told almost anyone who called him to also call the vice president. According to reports, when Mike Pence was in the Oval Office, President Trump would call people to try to get them to convince the vice president to help him.
All right,
President Trump kept repeating the myth that Pence could stop the certification to his base to anger them, hoping to intimidate Mike Pence. On the morning of the rally on January 6th, President Trump tweeted, "All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states," and in all caps he wrote, "and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage." President Trump later went out to attack Pence nearly a dozen times in his speech at the Save America March. Privately, in person, before Pence headed to oversee the joint session on January 6th, President Trump again threatened Pence. "You can either go down in history as a patriot," Mr. Trump told him, according to two people briefed on the conversation, "or you can go down in history as a pussy." As a veteran,
Whoa! Did Ted Lieu actually say pussy?
"Or you can go down in history as a pussy." As a veteran, I find it deeply dishonorable that our former president and commander-in-chief equated patriotism with violating the Constitution and overturning the election. You will see and hear the consequences of President Trump's repeated attacks on the vice president, the chance of traitor, and the chance of hanging Mike Pence. Thankfully, Vice President Pence stood his ground like our other brave officials stood their ground.
You see this?
He refused the president and fulfilled his duty on January 6th.
It's fucked up.
Even after the Capitol was attacked, even after he was personally targeted, even after his family was targeted, Vice President Pence stood strong and certified the election. Vice President Pence showed us what it means to be an American, what it means to show courage.
Can someone make a
His
wiki
country,
feet page
his
for me,
oath, his values
unironically?
and his morals above the will of one man. The president had tried everything in his power to seize everything in his attempt to seize power from the rightful victor of the election. President Trump's extraordinary actions grew increasingly more desperate. You saw him go from pursuing claims in the courts to threatening state and local election officials, to then attacking members of Congress and the Senate,
Hello,
to compromising
Max.
our Justice Department, and then to attacking the Republican vice president.
Whoa!
These brave public servants were being pressured by our commander-in-chief to overturn the results. Some of them and their families got death threats. Thankfully, at every turn, our democratic processes prevailed and the rule of law prevailed. It was only because all of these people stayed strong and refused President Trump that our republic held fast and the will of the electorate was seen through.
I need an IMG.
And
Are
at
you
this
fucking
point,
kidding me?
President Donald J. Trump ran out of nonviolent options to maintain power. I began today by raising the question of how we got here. What you saw was a man so desperate to cling to power that he tried everything he could to keep it. And when he ran out of nonviolent measures, he turned to the violent mob that attacked your Senate chamber on January 6th. As you cast your vote after this trial, I hope each of you will think of the bravery of all these people who said no to President Trump because they knew that this was not right, that this was not America.
Dog.
Next, Representative Stacey Plaskett of the Virgin Islands will show, in quite chilling detail, I should say, how President Trump was well aware of the threat of violence on January 6th and how he welcomed and amplified his supporters' plans for insurrection against the Union. I should say, as lead manager, this is a moment of special pride for me because Representative Plaskett is not only the first delegate ever to be on a team of impeachment managers in American history, but she was also my law student at American University's Washington College of Law, and I hope I'm not violating any federal educational records laws when I say she was an A student then and she's an A+ student now. Stacey Plaskett.
Look at this dog. Look at this dog. What are you doing, Maxie? Look at that fucking dog. He's just beautiful. This dog is fucking beautiful. Look at him. Look at this beautiful dog.
I'm Stacey Plaskett, and I represent the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Over this past weekend, my 11-year-old daughter, I overheard her telling one of my sons, "Mommy doesn't seem really nervous about the impeachment trial." To which that son, sounding like an older brother, said, "Talia, you'll learn that most of the time, Mommy really seems to have it under control." Now, we know as parents, that's not always the case. But I've learned throughout my life that preparation and truth can carry you far, can allow you to speak truth to power. I've learned that as a young black girl growing up in the projects in Brooklyn, housing community on St. Croix, sent to the most unlikeliest of settings, and now as an adult woman representing an island territory speaking to the U.S. Senate. And because of truth, I am confident today speaking before you, because truth and facts are overwhelming, that our president, the President of the United States, incited a mob to storm the Capitol to attempt to stop the certification of a presidential election. My fellow managers have shown and will continue to show clear evidence that President Trump incited a violent mob to storm our Capitol when he ran out of nonviolent means to stop the election. Once assembled, that mob, at the president's direction, erupted into the bloodiest attack
this is a really great speech, and I don't want to detract from this with my Twitter drama, but I want it to be known in the record that Glenn Greenwald is getting epic ratioed on Twitter. And I know I'm really apologetic to Stacey right now, but this is an epic ratio on Twitter. So we have 15-1. Love to see it. We've got what is this one? We've got 6-0. Love to see it. And we've got 0 likes on this. So this guy is getting epic ratioed on Twitter. I just wanted to point that out. I think it's funny.
Capitol since 1814. Some of you have said there's no way the president could have known how violent the mob would be. That is false, because the violence, it was foreseeable. I want to show you why this violence was foreseeable and why Donald Trump was different than any other politician just telling their fighters, their supporters, to fight for something. The violence that occurred on January 6th, like the attack itself, did not just appear. You'll see that Donald Trump knew the people he was inciting, he saw the violence that they were capable of, and he had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging that violence, never, ever condemning it. And you'll see that this violent attack was not planned in secret. The insurgents believed that they were doing the duty of their president. They were following his orders. And so they publicized it openly, loudly, proudly, exact blueprints of how the attack would be made. Law enforcement saw these postings and reported that these insurgents would violently attack the Capitol itself. This was not just a comment by an official to fight for a cause. This was months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, praising that violence, and then leading that violence, that rage, straight at our door. The point is this. By the time he called the cavalry of his thousands of supporters on January 6th and an event he had invited them to, he had every reason to know that they were armed, that they were violent, and that they would actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of, and he still gave out marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell and stop the steal. Make no mistake, the violence was not just foreseeable to President Trump. The violence was what he deliberately encouraged. As early as September, Trump set the precedent that when asked to denounce violence, he would do the opposite and encourage it. Now, if the president had only said something once about fighting to stop the steal and violence erupted, there would be no way to know he intended to incite it or saw it coming. But just as the president spent months spreading his big lie of the election, he also spent months cultivating groups of people who, following his command, repeatedly engaged in real, dangerous violence. And when they did, when the violence erupted as a response to his calls to fight against the stolen election, he did not walk it back. He did not tell them no. He did the opposite. The opposite. He praised and encouraged the violence so that it would continue. He fanned the flame of violence, and it worked.
So I just I'm sorry. I know that I'm sorry I'm being distracted right now, but Glenn Greenwald, what is wrong with this guy? What is wrong with this guy, dude? Okay, so I don't have strong opinions either on trans participation in sports or age of consent. I only opine on things I've studied. I've only talked about it from a free discourse perspective, that these things should be open to debate. I don't what the fuck does that mean? It's many people are saying, it's just many people, they tell me that they want to debate this. And many people are saying, I don't have an opinion. It's just that many people are saying, they're just saying that they want to talk about it. And then they say that they can't talk about it because many people are saying, now, what the fuck? Why? What? What the fuck? What? The guy, okay, you know what? I'm just going to simplify this.
Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ.
What is this guy talking about? What is this guy, fucking referring to? Is he, on drugs or something? I just don't understand. What does this mean? I've got news for you. I'm just going to turn this into a tweet.
You'll see this over time. These very groups and individuals whose violence the president praised helped lead the attack on January 6th. And that's how we know clearly that President Trump deliberately incited this, and how we know he saw it coming. There are many examples where the president engaged in this pattern, and I'm just going to walk you through a few of them. Let's start with the President Trump's incitement of the Proud Boys. Many of you have heard of this group, which since 2018 has been classified by the FBI as an extremist organization. Since that classification, the group has repeatedly engaged in serious acts of violence, including at pro-Trump rallies. In one such act, on September 7th, the Proud Boys attacked a man with a baseball bat and then punched him while he was down on the ground. On September 29th, during a presidential debate, President Trump was asked specifically if he was willing to condemn white supremacy and militia groups, if he was willing to tell them to stand down and stop the violence. Let's watch.
But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and
stand back and stand
stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
I invited Glenn Greenwald on my show 3 months ago. Check out the Twitter thread, Zero. I invited Glenn Greenwald on my show 3 months ago. He said, was it 3 months? It might have been longer, honestly. I think it was in November? Yeah, it was in November, so it's almost 4 months old. So almost 4 months ago, I invited this guy on my show, and he was like, sure, I'd love to have these conversations. And then he just stopped replying to my email. So, hey, if he missed the email or if he forgot, that's fine. That's fine. Right? It's okay. I've missed emails. It happens. Right? But it's come on, man.
Specifically, do it.
I would say,
let's hear now the president's response.
Do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. You want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
white
supremacists and white
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
When asked
stand
to condemn
back
the Proud
and
Boys
stand by.
And white supremacists, what did our president say? He said, stand back and stand by. His message was heard loud and clear. The group adopted that phrase, stand back and stand by, as their official slogan. They created merchandise with their new slogan, which they wore proudly across their backs at Trump's rallies, and they followed the president's orders. You'll see more about this later in the trial, but you'll see in these photos, to the left, Dominic Pizzola, and to the right, William Pepe.
This is, I just want to say, like, I know we're talking about Glenn a lot right now, but like, this is an extremely important aspect of this impeachment trial, okay? This is extraordinarily important. Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. They literally, like, made hundreds of thousands of dollars on merchandise sales with that, you know, selling it to normie Trump supporters, all that stuff. They grew their support within the Trump community and that kind of shit. And they organized around January 6th. This is extremely, like, important information. So I know that I'm having my fun on Twitter right now, and I don't want that to be detracted from the fact that this is extraordinarily valuable.
To the Capitol on January 6th. They were later charged with working together to obstruct law enforcement. As we go through this evidence, I want you to keep in mind these words by President Trump when asked to condemn violence. Stand back and stand by. And see example after example of the kinds of people like the Proud Boys who he had standing by on January 6th. By October, as my colleagues Mr. Castro and Mr. Swalwell showed you, Donald Trump was escalating his big lie that the only way he could lose the election was if it was rigged. So, as election day neared, his supporters were frustrated and they were angry. They were prepared to ensure his victory by any means necessary. One of these violent acts was on October 30th, sometime after 12:30 p.m. A caravan of more than 50 trucks, covered in pro-Trump campaign gear, confronted and surrounded cars carrying Biden-Harris campaign workers and a Biden-Harris campaign bus as they were traveling down Interstate 35 from San Antonio to Austin.
This is also extremely
According to
important.
witnesses, this caravan repeatedly tried to force the bus you saw and you see in that video to slow down in the middle of the highway and then to run it off the road. What that video you just saw does not show is that the bus that they tried to run off the road was filled with young campaign staff, volunteers, supporters, surrogates, people. As the Trump supporters closed in on the bus, a large black pickup truck adorned with Trump flags suddenly and intentionally swerved and crashed into a car driven by a Biden-Harris volunteer. News of the event went viral on social media. The President of the United States, in a campaign, saw his own supporters trying to run a bus carrying his opponent's campaign workers off the highway to physically intimidate people in this country campaigning. Here was his response the next day.
3, 2, 1, go! Welcome to the Red Kingdom. Yeah. Red Kingdom. Welcome to the Red
Cut and dry. Oh my god. This is so good. This presentation is so good. This is cut and dry, dude. Lock him up.
Video of his supporters
Lock him the fuck up
off of the road. You'll recall in that first video that I showed you, there was no sound. Well, the one that he tweeted had a fight theme song placed to it that the president put that music to that video. And he added at the top, "I love Texas." By the next evening, that tweet that he did had been viewed 12.6 million times. And it wasn't just a tweet. On November 1st, at a Michigan rally with a sea of supporters, the president talked about that incident again. Here it is.
Did you see the way our people, they were protecting his bus yesterday because they're nice. So his bus, they had hundreds of cars. Trump, and the American flag. That's it. You see Trump and American flag.
The president made a public joke of violence against campaigners in an American election. He made light of it. This was not a joke. In fact, it was so violent, it put so many people in harm's way that the FBI investigated the incident and the criminal responsibility of those who attacked these campaign workers. Now, our President Donald Trump could have said, okay, I didn't realize how bad that was. This was very violent. Please stop. But he didn't. He saw the investigation and made a statement in defense of his supporters' attack on the bus, writing, quote, "In my opinion, these patriots did nothing wrong."
Cut and dry. Lock
Engaging
him
in violence
up.
for him made them patriots to Donald Trump. For anyone who says Donald Trump didn't know the violence he was inciting, I ask you to consider his supporters tried to drive a bus off the highway in the middle of the day to intimidate his opponent's campaign workers. And his response was to tweet the video of the incident that had fight music, joke about it, and call those individuals in that incident patriots. And once again, Donald Trump's praise worked to incite them further. Emboldened by that praise, they remained ready to fight, ready to stand back and stand by. This link is not hypothetical. Just like we saw with the Proud Boys showing up in full force on January 6th, Donald Trump's encouragement of this attack made sure his supporters were ready for the next one. The caravan bus attack had been organized by a Trump supporter named Keith Lee. Leading up to the attack on our Capitol of January 6th, Mr. Lee teamed up with other supporters to fundraise to help to bring people to Washington, D.C. for that day. The morning of the attack, he filmed footage of the Capitol, pointed out the flimsiness of fencing, and then addressed his supporters before the attack saying, quote, "As soon as you all get done hearing the president, y'all get to the Capitol. We need to surround this place." During the attack, he used a bullhorn to call out for the mob to rush in. He later went to the rotunda himself and then back outside to urge the crowd to come inside. These are the people that President Trump cultivated, who were standing by. I'd like to look at another example. After the election on December 12th, Trump supporters gathered en masse to protest the stolen election in D.C. It was billed by his loyalists as the Second Million MAGA March. The rally was organized by Women for America First.
Dude, Glenn Greenwald, he's not sending his best right now. So, again, and I'm sorry, Bodan, but, like, this guy is like, oh, like, why don't you send me an email after I link screenshots of him ignoring my emails? Why don't you send me an email, he says, right? As he's responding to the tweet that says that I sent him an email 4 months ago that he hasn't responded to. And again, you know, people miss emails. It happens. I miss emails, like I miss comments, and it makes me feel bad. But if, like, someone calls me out on it, I'm just going to be like, I missed the email. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say, why don't you send me an email? Why didn't you send it? So it's interesting.
The same group that you'll see later secured the permit for the January 6th rally. And who else was there? The Proud Boys, standing by. Donald Trump did not attend that rally, but he made sure to make clear his supporters throughout the day how he felt about the event. At 8:47 a.m., he sent out a tweet. "We have just begun to fight."
This is such an important
and Donald Trump's
dissection
allies, who spoke at the rally, carried on his message of the stolen election and the importance of fighting to stop the steal. Here's Nicholas Fuentes, a commentator who had organized a Stop the Steal rally in Michigan with Trump supporters.
In the first Million MAGA March, we promised that if the GOP would not do everything in their power to keep Trump in office, then we would destroy the GOP. And as we gather here in Washington, D.C. for a second Million MAGA March, we're done making promises. It has to happen now. We are going to destroy the GOP. Let's go! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP! Destroy the GOP!
Those words, that was Trump's message. Destroy anyone who won't listen, who won't help them take the election for Trump. And as you will see, this was just the preview for Fuentes, who, like the Proud Boys and the Trump caravan organizers, would later heed the president's call and come to Washington and be there on January 6th. Later in the rally, a former Trump campaign spokeswoman, Katrina Pearson, also spoke. During her speech, she stated, quote, "This isn't over. This is just beginning," referring to the fight to stop the steal. And then she added, "We knew both Republican and Democrats were against we the people. We are the cavalry. No one's coming for us." It's clear that Trump and some of his supporters saw this as war, a fight against anyone who was unwilling to do whatever it took to keep Donald Trump in power. We are the cavalry. And President Trump continued to reinforce his support of these messages throughout the day. At 1:48 p.m., after both speeches, he retweeted his Deputy Chief of Staff's tweet showing his crowd that he had flown over on Marine One, and he tweeted, quote, "Thank you, Patriots." These people were, as you can see, gathered en masse and being told by the president's allies that their election had been stolen. And they were told they were the cavalry. No one else could do it. And after hearing these speeches and seeing the president's support, this is what Donald Trump's cavalry was capable of.
So, ladies and gentlemen, and also everyone else as well, it looks like we got him. So I'm just posting that in the chat.
What you just saw was the violence that ensued after that rally. The Proud Boys,
Lindsay.
after that rally, engaged in serious acts of violence in downtown D.C.
Do you think Trump's lawyers threw the game on purpose yesterday? I covered that this morning, and I do think that they just didn't. They were unprepared, and they were just doing it for a paycheck, I think. Right? I think they were just doing it for the paycheck. This is going to be a pathetic in defense from the other side. I don't know if I can stand the epic... Yeah, I'm very excited for what the other side's going to say. I just want to say I'm probably going to do a pee break sometime soon. So just keep that in mind. But we're still about an hour behind.
Trump supporters and self-identified Proud Boys vandalized churches after that rally. If we look at these events, it's clear how we got here. Because what did the president do after that? He turned right around, and a little over a week later, he began coordinating the January 6th Save America rally with the same people who had planned the 2nd Million MAGA March. You'll recall that the Women for America First had organized that 2nd Million MAGA March. They had originally planned rallies for January 22nd and January 23rd, after the inauguration. But Donald Trump had other plans. On December 19th, President Trump tweeted his save the date for January 6th. He told his supporters to come to D.C. for a big protest, the day billing it as wild. Just days later, Women for America First amended their permit to hold their rally on January 6th, pursuant to the president's save the date, instead of after the inauguration. This was deliberate. Reports confirm that the president himself, President Trump, became directly involved with the planning of the event, including the speaking lineup, even the music to be played, just as he chose the music for his retweet of the caravan driving the Biden-Harris bus off the road.
For his
retweet. That was an opinion of somebody, and that was a retweet. I'll put it out there. People can decide for themselves. I don't take a position.
You're not like
with that fight song. And he brought the same people who spoke at the 2nd Million MAGA rally to help as well. Trump's campaign advisor, Katrina Pearson.
Again, I'm really sorry to people like Bodan that actually really want to watch this. But like, again, I'm getting into Twitter fights with a guy with 1 million views, so you're gonna have to let me indulge in that, you know? This is great. This is really fun for me. Again, I'm only in this like whole game. I'm in this to make money, obviously, of course. 2, to say my opinions, and 3, to get attention. That's it, in that order. So I'm just saying, like, right now, all 3 are occurring, and I'm loving it, so.
Who you recall said on December 12th that this is only the beginning. We are the cavalry, also became directly involved in planning the event. They even sent out invitations together. This is Amy Kremer, one of the founders of Women for America First, tweeting the invitation, tagging Donald Trump and other organizers, inviting the same supporters who had just engaged in serious violence at the 2nd Million MAGA rally to show up to the largest rally to stop the steal.
We're going to stop the
President
steal.
Trump seemed to have other plans for what was going to happen at that rally, too.
Serious tomfoolery.
Women for America First had initially planned for the rallygoers to remain at the ellipse until the counting of the state electoral slates was completed, just like they had remained at Freedom Plaza after the 2nd Million MAGA March. In fact, the permit stated in no uncertain terms that the march from the ellipse was not permitted. It was not until after President Trump and his team became involved in the planning that the march from the ellipse to the Capitol came about, in direct contravention of the original permit. This was not a coincidence. None of this was. Donald Trump, over many months, cultivated violence, praised it, and then when he saw the violence his supporters were capable of, he channeled it to his big, wild, historic event. He organized January 6th with the same people that had just organized a rally, resulting in substantial violence, and made absolutely sure this time these violent rallygoers wouldn't just remain in place. He made sure that those violent people would literally march right here to our steps, from the ellipse to the Capitol, to stop the steal. His cavalry. This was deliberate. And because the President of the United States incited this, because he was orchestrating this, because he was inviting them, the insurgents were not shy about their planning. They believed they were following the orders of the commander-in-chief. They were, as the tweet we just saw, quite literally his cavalry. So they posted exact blueprints of the attack, openly, loudly.
I don't know how to do this. I'm sorry.
And they did this all over public forums.
These
were not just hidden posts,
I don't know.
dark websites that Trump would not have seen. Quite the opposite. We know that President Trump's team monitored these websites. We know this because his advisors confirm it. and ex-White House and campaign insiders you'll read.
I'm
who
happy
has
to
known
hear
both
that,
Scavino
Bowden.
and the president for years, said there was no way that Scavino and the Trump social media operation would not have been aware of the plan circulating online to storm the Capitol. Because, and I quote, the Trump operation closely monitored the web's darkest corners, ranging from mainstream sites such as Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit, to fringe message boards like 4chan and XChan, now called XCun, to the Donald.win. And
I just want to say, she said XChan, she meant to say 8chan, which is now called 8kun, not kun. Obviously, we all make mistakes, we're all human. But I just wanted to, that's,
offshoot of a banned Reddit community dedicated to rabidly supporting all things Trump. They actively monitored the exact sites, like the Donald.win, on which these insurrectionists wrote their posts. And so what would Trump and his team have seen when they were monitoring these white sites? What would his supporters have said?
Sites. I love that,
They would have seen a clear roadmap of exactly what happened. This is an example of a post that was captured from one of the sites dedicated to Donald Trump that we just talked about, shortly before the site was taken down. And the meme reads, quote, "The Capitol is our goal. Everything else is a distraction. Every corrupt member of Congress locked in one room and surrounded by real Americans is an opportunity that will never present itself again." Let that sink in. Think about that. The exact thing that happened on January 6th, that was their goal. And they said it out loud on sites that the Trump administration was actively monitoring. A third-party site captured a post on the Donald.win where one user posted, quote, "This cannot simply be a protest. It has to be the establishment of the MAGA militia with the command offices set up, with all further militia tactical missions spreading from there." Another user said in response, quote, "We will have to achieve an actual tactical victory, like storming and occupying the Capitol, to have the intended effect." That's what they understood Donald Trump to want. There it is in black and white. And they explained why they felt justified in this. Another poster on the forum, the Donald.win, wrote on January 4th.
I just want to say, Bowden, it's extremely a shame that you didn't watch the first impeachment, because it was all about your country. It was all about Ukraine, man. So you got to go back and watch that at some point. It was nuts, but I can never watch that again, because listening to Adam Schiff for 8 hours a day for 2 weeks, I'm sorry, I never want to listen to Adam Schiff ever again. So, you're going to have to do that one your own time, but, still.
Fourth quote, "If Congress illegally certifies Biden, Trump would have absolutely no choice but to demand us to storm Congress and kill/beat them up. Donald Trump will have no choice." That was what he made them believe, to the point his supporters felt justified even in carrying weapons and storming our Capitol. This was in post after post. Here's another. When discussing how to carry guns into D.C., one noted, quote, "Yes, it's illegal, but this is war, and we are clearly in a post-legal phase of our society." What? They treated it as a war, and they meant it. The morning of the attack, under the thread, "Today I told my kids goodbye," one poster wrote, "Today I had the very difficult conversation with my children that Daddy might not come home from D.C. Within a matter of hours, that post amassed 4,000 likes. President Trump had truly made them believe that their election had been stolen and that it was their patriotic duty to fight to steal it back. Patriotic, a term he gave those who used violence for him, and they were willing to say goodbye to their children for this fight. And their supporters didn't just rely on entering the Capitol with guns haphazardly. They had maps of this building. They talked through which tunnels to use and how to get to the Senate chamber. Some posted specific floor plans, layouts of the Capitol, alongside hopes of overwhelming law enforcement to, quote, "find the tunnels, arrest the worst traitors." Posters also fixated on what they saw as their ability to easily overwhelm the Capitol Police, as, quote, "there are only around 2,000 of them." And again, they urged, quote, "the Capitol is our goal. Everything else is a distraction." There were hundreds of these posts, hundreds, monitored by the Trump administration. And these posts, they were chillingly accurate, right down to communication devices. A new affidavit filed by the FBI described preparations by the right-wing group, the Proud Boys, to storm the Capitol, including using earpieces and walkie-talkies to direct movements throughout the building. This happened. That's the level of planning in advance that occurred.
I just want everyone to temper their expectations, right? The Senate will not convict Donald Trump, right? This is a cut and dry case. If this were any jury ever in any capacity, right, it would be cut and dry, unanimous, lock them up. But we have the Republican Party, 50 senators are members of a terrorist organization. You need to understand that, right? Like, you need to understand that the Republican Party is a terrorist organization. That's what this is about. This is about making it as clear as possible that the Republican Party aids and gives comfort to terrorists and is a terrorist apparatus. That's what the whole point of this is.
They had earpieces. On the slide, you'll see Proud Boy member Dominic Pizzola has an earpiece in his right ear, consistent with the affidavit. And in addition to these detailed posts, they made clear why they thought they should do this.
I've never played Metroid.
Why they thought they could do this. It wasn't just that they were doing it to following the president's orders. They thought he would help them. A third-party site captured a post on the Donald.win again, the site monitored by Trump's team, and he wrote, quote, he, meaning Donald Trump in this instance, can order the Nat Guard to stand down if needed. Unfortunately, he has no control over the Capitol Police, but there are only around 2,000 of them, and a lot are useless fat asses or girls. It's all right there.
Cucker
the overall
Carlson.
Goal, maps
Can
of the
we
Capitol.
talk Cucker Carlson? I know. Just Cucker Carlson is now in the congressional record. Cucker fucking Carlson, dude.
Or girls. It's all right there. The overall goal, maps of the Capitol, the weapons, communication devices. They even said publicly, openly, proudly, that President Trump will help them to commandeer the National Guard, so all they have to do is overwhelm the 2,000 Capitol Police officers. This was reported in the NBC News and the Washington Post with headlines like, violent threats ripple through far-right internet forums ahead of protests. Pro-Trump forums erupt with violent threats ahead of Wednesday's rally against the 2020 election. Fox News also reported that the Proud Boys would come to the January 6th rally prepared for violent action, even quoting a Proud Boy member who said they would, quote, incognito and spread across downtown D.C. in smaller numbers. City officials, seeing these same warnings, also publicly warned about the violence and unlawful weapons at the event. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser cautioned residents of the District of Columbia to avoid the downtown area while the rally attendees were in town. Federal law enforcement warned of these threats also. On January 3rd, a Capitol Police intelligence report warned of a violent scenario in which Congress itself could be the target of the angry supporters of President Trump on January 6th. According to that report, obtained by the Washington Post, supporters of the current president see January 6, 2021, as the last opportunity to overturn the results of the presidential election. This sense of desperation and disappointment may lead to more incentive to become violent. Unlike previous post-election protests, the targets of the pro-Trump supporters are not necessarily the counter-protesters as they were previously, but rather Congress itself is the target for January 6. The day before the riot stormed the Congress, an FBI office in Virginia also issued an explicit warning that extremists were preparing to travel to Washington to commit violence and, quote, war, according to internal reports. The FBI report cited to an online post where the user declared that Trump supporters should go to Washington and get violent. The supporter said, quote, stop calling this a march or a rally or a protest. Go there ready for war. We get our president or we die. These threat warnings were not just hypothetical. Actual arrests occurred in the days leading to the attack. On January 4th, 2 days before the rally, one extremely well-publicized arrest was of a Proud Boy leader who destroyed a church's Black Lives Matter banner a month earlier during the December 12th Second Million MAGA March. Report emphasized that when he was arrested, he was carrying high-capacity firearm magazines, which he claimed were meant to be supplied to another rally attendee for January 6th. By the night of January 6th attack, D.C. police had already made 6 arrests in connection with the planned protests on charges of carrying weapons, ammunitions, assaulting police. This is all in public view, all of it. The truth is usually seen and rarely heard. Truth is truth, whether denied or not. And the truth is, President Trump had spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific day, at a specific time, in specific places to stop the certification. And leading up to the event, there were hundreds of posts online showing that his supporters took this
okay. How much of this is left? I have to walk Max and all right, I'm gonna watch the rest of this and y'all can watch the blondie. I forget her name. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying. Oh, there's a break here. Max, can you wait a half an hour?
Called to arms to attack the Capitol.
Can you wait a half an
There were
hour,
detailed
Max?
posts of plans to attack online.
I don't know if you can
Law
wait a
enforcement
half an
warned
hour.
that these posts were real threats and even made arrests days leading up to the attack. And yet, in the face of all this, these credible warnings of serious, dangerous threats to our capital, when those thousands of people were standing in front of President Trump, ready to take orders and attack, this is what he said. We're going to the Capitol, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And that's why this is different. And that's why he must be convicted and disqualified.
That was really well done, I just want to say.
Representative Dean will now return to the events of January 6th itself. She will demonstrate President Trump's repeated incitement of the crowd that morning as he directed them to the Capitol in his last-ditch effort to retain his hold on power.
All right, we're just going to get through this.
For me and for many Americans, January 6th is forever etched in our memories. I went to work with a sense of excitement, the start of my second term in Congress, and the first time I would participate in the certification of a presidential election. And then we all know what happened. I know many of us have similar experiences from that day, but I'll briefly share mine. I stood with colleagues in the gallery above the House floor to observe the Arizona challenge. Moments later, police radios reported a breach of the Capitol grounds. Someone shouted up to us, "Duck, then lie down." Then
the problem is I want to watch this.
Shortly after, there was a terrifying banging on the chamber doors. I will never forget that sound. Shouts and panic calls to my husband and to my sons, instructions to flee, and then the constant whirring of the gas masks filtering the air. The chamber of the United States House of Representatives turned to chaos. For Donald Trump, it was a very different day. Earlier, I showed you Donald Trump's desperate attempts to maintain power, ignoring adverse court rulings, attacking elected officials, pressuring his Justice Department, even attacking his own vice president. You saw a man who refused to lose, who was desperate to retain power by any means necessary. You saw a man willing to attack anyone and everyone who got in his way. And you saw a man who thought he could play by different rules. He told his supporters, as my colleague Ms. Plaskett just showed you, exactly what he thought those different rules were. Combat, fight, violence. This was not just one speech. This was weeks and weeks of deliberate effort by Donald Trump to overturn the election results so that he didn't have to give up the presidency. The speech on January 6th builds on, refers to, and amplifies that same pattern. The pattern Trump had used and broadcasted for months. He refused to lose, his attacks on others, and his different rules. The only thing different about his speech on January 6th from all these other times that we went through was that he was no longer telling his base just that they had to fight and stop the steal. He was finally telling them, now is the time to do it. Here's the place, and here's how. For weeks, he urged his supporters to show up at a specific time and place, and when they got there, he told them exactly what he wanted. Let's start with his desperation. You saw how much planning went into January the 6th, and when the day arrived, Donald Trump's desperation was in full force. Between the time he woke up on January the 5th and the start of the Save America March, that next day, he had tweeted 34 times. When Donald Trump wants to get his message across, he is not shy, as you all know. These tweets were relentless. And these tweets all centered on his singular focus, his drumbeat to motivate, anger, and incite his supporters. His big lie. The presidential election had been rigged, it had been stolen from him, and they had to fight to stop it. And the timing was no coincidence.
All right,
he
y'all.
sent 34 tweets.
If I walk Max now, y'all gotta look at the paused screen. I want to watch this, motherfucker. So y'all gotta wait. All right, I'll walk the dog. All right. Have fun looking at a paused screen. Emphasis on paw. All right, Max, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here, Max. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here, Max. We're gonna get the fuck out of here, Max. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here, Max. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. fucking get in here, Max. Come on, buddy. We'll show him who's boss. Get him! Get him! Get him, Max! Get him! Get him! That's right, Max. Pretend they're a cop. That's right. Get him! Oh, fucking bedsheet. God damn it. Motherfucking fuck. Hello?
Tweets because this was his last chance to rile up his supporters before the big, historic, wild event he had planned. Now, I won't go through all of these tweets, but let me just highlight a few. At 1 a.m, he tweeted, "If Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Mike can send it back." This will look familiar to you because Mr. Liu just showed you how Trump had privately, he was pressuring and publicly attacking his vice president to stop the certification. And when Vice President Pence refused, when he explained that the Constitution simply does not allow him to stop certification, Donald Trump provoked his base to attack him. The late in the evening tweet was no different. It just got more forceful. Let's be clear. What Donald Trump was saying, that Vice President Pence could send back...
If your pee is yellow, by the way, you are dehydrated. Like, just saying. Your pee should be either clear or very, very slightly yellow. If it's like neon yellow, you should maybe drink more than 3 sips of fucking, you know, whatever you're sipping. I'm just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there. That's the opinion of...
Retweet. That was an opinion of somebody, and that was a retweet. I'll put it out there. People can decide for themselves. I don't take a position.
You're not like... The certification was not true. For one thing, all 50 states had ratified this election. And for another, Vice President Pence explained to him that he does not have the power to unilaterally overturn states' votes and just send the certification back. And Donald Trump knew this, but this was his last chance to get his vice president to stop the certification, and so he was willing to say or do just about anything. These tweets attacking the election as fraudulent, attacking his vice president, and urging his supporters to fight continued throughout the morning. Here's another example. At 8:17 a.m., he tweeted, "All Mike Pence has to do is send it back to them and back to the states, and we win." And we win.
Reminder, I quit coffee for a week. I had 1 cup this morning. 1 cup. And look at this. You know, like, that's crazy. Can you believe that shit? 1 fucking cup. I might have 2 cups tomorrow.
That's what he said, even though by then he had clearly lost. As Trump continued tweeting, the Save America March at the White House was now in full swing. The speakers who warmed up the crowd for Trump were members of his inner circle, family members, his personal attorney, people President Trump had deputized to speak on his behalf.
Kentucky
Some of the
Fried.
speakers also spoke at the 2nd Million MAGA March, which resulted in serious violence. The warm-up acts on January 6th focused on promoting Donald Trump's big lie. They stoked the same fears, a stolen election, of fraud, of ripping victory away from them. And the speakers told them what to do about it. As the crowd erupted in Fight for Trump, Chancellor at that meeting, Donald Trump Jr. urged, "That's the message. These guys better fight for Trump."
I like what I'm reading.
The speakers lasted 3 hours, repeating President Trump's message, and finally, at about noon, Donald Trump took the stage with the seal of the presidency on his podium.
Yo, Kentucky Fried, did you see Glenn Greenwald get into a Twitter fight with me? Because I'm very interested in what you'd have to say about that. I got into a Twitter fight with Glenn motherfucking ass.
As his backdrop. President Trump spoke for more than 70 minutes. His narrative was familiar. It was the same message he had spent months spreading to his supporters. The big lie.
Holy
the election was stolen. That they should never concede. And that his supporters should be patriots and fight much harder to stop the steal, to take back our country. The same phrases he'd spread for weeks. But now the message was immediate. Now it was just no longer just fight. It was fight right now.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
That set the tone. Our country has had enough, and we will not take it anymore. He told them and us right at the beginning that the only way to take back the country was to fight. Let's look at what he said next.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party.
Ms. Plaskett showed you example after example of Donald Trump, when confronted with violence, praising it. We saw him instruct the Proud Boys, a violent extremist group, to stand back and stand by.
So I'm getting some force the vote people I'm getting some force the vote people in my mentions right now. What the fuck? Someone's calling me a hooker. Which, I mean, to be honest, I consider that a compliment, but... Jesus! Max, you're gonna fucking break my mirror, dude! Holy crap! Oh my God! Max, what are you doing? Oh no, Max the dog. You just hit my mirror. Oh.
Group was there on January the 6th. We saw him praise a caravan of his supporters
Kentucky
after
Fried.
they
Click
tried
that
to
link.
drive a bus belonging to the Biden campaign off the road. The organizer of that attack was there on January the 6th. And we saw him team up with the organizers of the violent Second MAGA Million March to plan his rally on January the 6th. And what does he do at that rally? He tells Giuliani he's doing a great job addressing the crowd, saying he has guts to call for fighting. And to be clear, this is what he was praising.
So, let's have trial by combat.
Thank you. Trial by
Donald
combat.
Trump praised Rudy, said he did a good job, had guts for telling the crowd that we need trial by combat. Next, more attacks.
All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people.
You are the happiest.
This attack, like the
people.
tweets he sent that morning, had a purpose, convincing his supporters that the future of our country, of our democracy,
I am
hinged on whether Vice
stripping
President
live on stream.
Pence would overturn
It's
the
getting a
election.
little warm
Something he
outside.
knew Pence could not and would
And
not
inside.
do. He called out Vice President Pence 9 times that day, and each time he got more forceful. Here's what he said at 12:15.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down.
I'll be there with you.
We're going to
Remember
walk
that?
down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
We're going to have to fight much harder, and Mike Pence will have to come through for us. That's what he said. And he told the crowd what he meant and exactly what to do, literally commanding them to confront us at the Capitol. He even told them he'd walk there with them, which of course was not true. And then he told them exactly what to do when they got to the Capitol. You'll never take your country back with weakness. You have to show strength. And don't forget who is standing there. The same people Ms. Plaskett described to you. Many people violent. Violent people law enforcement had warned would be armed and would be targeting us. One of President Trump's key defenses focus on what he said for a few seconds, 15 minutes into the speech.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
Feel free to DM me. I'll read it after the
make
show.
Your voices heard.
Comrade?
In a speech spanning almost 11,000 words, yes, we did check. That was the one
Yes,
time,
we did
the
check.
only time President Trump used the word peaceful or any suggestion of nonviolence. The implication of the president's tweets, the rally, and the speeches were clear. President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times, including telling the crowd they needed to fight like hell to save our democracy. We know how the crowd responded to Donald Trump's words, and he knew how they responded to his speech. Here is the evidence of how the crowd reacted.
This is incredible footage.
Yes. Leave the Capitol building. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol.
This is beautiful. Hey, Sonic.
Yeah.
Make your voices heard.
Storm the Capitol. Invade the Capitol. Fight, 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 fight. Take the Capitol right now. These were the words of the crowd. Trump was telling them to fight, and he would keep telling them to fight throughout the rest of his speech. These are not only words of aggression, they are words of insurrection. And if you have any doubt, listen to what he says next.
Today we see a very important event, though, because right over there, right there, we see the event going to take place. And I'm going to be watching because history is going to be made. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves. Throughout history, throughout eternity, they'll be ashamed. And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never, ever forget that they did. Never forget.
Never forget.
We should never, ever forget.
The commander-in-chief...
Speaking of never forget, I just want to play another moment that Trump has not forgotten.
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people.
Never forget, folks. Never forget.
Points to Congress and tells those assembled, I'm going to be watching. History is going to be made. This was clearly not just some rally or march or protest. This was about Donald Trump trying to steal the election for himself, claiming that the election was fraudulent, illegitimate, so that his supporters would fight to take it back. In fact, after stoking the crowd's anger for nearly 40 minutes, after repeating false election conspiracy after false election conspiracy, he said this in no uncertain terms.
You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you'll have.
Any outcome besides him keeping the presidency would be illegitimate. This was building on the big lie of a rigged and stolen election. And here's what he said a little later in the speech.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do.
When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. We told you that context matters. Here's the context. This was not just one reference or a message to supporters by a politician to fight for a cause. He'd assembled thousands of violent people, people he knew were capable of violence, people he had seen be violent. They were standing now in front of him. And then he pointed to us, lit the fuse, and sent an angry mob to fight the perceived enemy, his own vice president and the members of Congress, as we certified an election.
But I said, something's wrong here, something's really wrong, can't have happened, and we fight. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not gonna have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue.
I love Pennsylvania.
And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try
I love
and give,
Pennsylvania. It's my favorite
Democrats are
avenue.
hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump! Fight for Trump! We hear more! We hear more! Fight for Trump! 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 Fight for Trump!
Look at these fucking dullards, dude.
If you don't fight like
hello,
hell, you're
Max.
not going to have a country anymore. And there was only one fight left, and it was a mile up the road. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, ordered the crowd to march on Congress, and so the crowd marched. This is incredible, you heard him say. That's how President Trump ended his speech. I'd like to close with a very brief timeline of what was happening in parallel alongside the President as he spoke on the 6th of January. A little after noon, President Trump began his speech with a fiery refusal to concede. He commanded the crowd to fight and march down Pennsylvania Avenue. And around 12:20, some rally-goers, some attendees, began marching. By 12:30, as President Trump continued to incite his supporters, large segments of the rally crowd had amassed at the Capitol. At 12:53, as the President's speech was playing on cell phone broadcasts, the outermost barricade of the northwest side of the Capitol was breached. And Capitol Police were forced back to the steps of the Capitol. At 1:10, the President ended his speech with a final call to fight and a final order to march to the Capitol. At 1:45, the President's followers surged past Capitol Police shouting, "This is a revolution!" Just after 2:10, an hour after President Trump ended his speech, the insurrectionist mob overwhelmed Capitol security and made it inside the halls of Congress. Because the truth is, this attack never would have happened but for Donald Trump. And so they came, draped in Trump's flag, and used our flag, the American flag, to batter and to bludgeon. And at 2:30, I heard that terrifying banging on House chamber doors. For the first time in more than 200 years, the seat of our government was ransacked on our watch.
Mr. President, I think this would be a good time for a break.
A break? Here we go.
Actually, hearing none, we're recessed.
4 p.m. 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Stand back and stand by.
See, this is why you watch my fucking show. This is why you watch my fucking show. A break? More like, I'm gonna fucking break your head in half. Like, you know, look, I just skipped the break. What break?
The
break?
Senate will come to order.
Fucking breaks. That's what I'm saying. No breaks on my fucking... Come on.
Representative focusing on the threats to Plaskett and Swalwell, President, members of the Senate. At this point, Representatives Plaskett and Swalwell will take you through the actual day of the attack. They will recreate the attack as it unfolded, focusing on the threats to Vice President Pelosi, Vice President Pence, Speaker Pelosi, the joint session, and law enforcement. I do want to alert everyone that there is some very graphic, violent footage coming, just so people are aware. And I'm going to call again on Ms. Plaskett, who I should also tell you went to work at the Department of Justice and was the senior counsel for Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson under Attorney General Ashcroft. So
I grew up in fucking New Ass Jersey, motherfucker.
She's a very well-trained and experienced prosecutor, as you can tell.
Mr. President, senators, almost all of us were here on January 6th, and we all have our individual experiences, what we felt, what we saw, what we heard. We've seen clips and reports in the media, but I have to tell you, it was not until preparing for this trial that I understood the full scope and learned the information that you're going to see, that I understood the effort to attack our seat of government in order to carry out President Trump's mission to prevent the certification of a presidential election. It was an attack to our republic, to our democratic process. My colleagues, Manager Swalwell and I, are going to walk you through the attack on the Capitol that day and the danger that it posed to the Vice President, to the Speaker of the House, to you all as senators, my colleagues in the House, Capitol Police, and everyone who works in and around this Capitol. As you have heard, President Trump had been telling his supporters and his millions of Twitter followers that Pence had the ability to secure the presidency for Trump, that Mike Pence alone had the power to overturn the election results, if he would just do it. But at 12:55 p.m. on January 6th, Vice President Pence formally refused the president's demand. He wrote, and I quote, "It is my considered judgment that my oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." Pence ended his letter with a passage including the words, "I will do my duty." Even though the count resulted in the defeat of his party and his own candidacy, Vice President Pence had the courage to stand against the president, tell the American public the truth, and uphold our Constitution. That is patriotism. That patriotism is also what put Vice President in so much danger on January 6th by the mob sent by our president. To the president and the mob he incited, that duty to our Constitution was an all-out betrayal, and the Vice President was the direct target of that rage. At 12:53 p.m., senators, members of Congress, Vice President Pence were in their respective chambers. Outside, rioters, including some linked to the Proud Boys, broke through the outer barricade surrounding the lawn of the Capitol.
Yo, this footage is fucking nuts to watch it like sped up as well. Jeez.
"12 minutes later, Vice President Pence began presiding over the joint session of Congress to certify the results of the presidential election. You can see Vice President Pence gaveling in the joint session here.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States."
While Vice President Pence presided over the joint session, Trump supporters began their assault on our Capitol. Radio communications from the Metropolitan Police Department highlight how during and following President Trump's speech, Trump supporters descended on the Capitol and became increasingly violent. What you are about to hear has not been made public before.
Multiple capital entries! Multiple capital entries!
1318. 12 to 50, we're coming around.
Alright, so this has not been made public before, so I'm gonna watch this and...
On the Capitol and became increasingly violent. What you are about to hear has not been made public before.
Multiple capital entries! Multiple capital entries!
1318. 12 to 50, we're coming around from the south side.
To be advised of speed and vision.
Intel 1, be advised, you got a group of about 50 charging up the hill on the west front, just north of the stairs. They're approaching the wall now.
They're starting to dismantle the reviewing stands and throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, give me DSO up here now! DSO! Multiple law enforcement entries! DSO, get up here! Alright, we're 30 seconds out. We need some reinforcements up here now. They're starting to pull the gates down. They're throwing metal poles at us. Cruiser 50, DSO, get up here! Okay, we're here. 12 to 50, we're here. We just had an explosion go on up here. I don't know if it's fireworks or what, but they're starting to explode explosives. It's fireworks material.
Yowza.
After attempting to dismantle the outermost perimeter, the rioters did everything in their power to storm past the police and into the Capitol. They coordinated, moving metal barricades the police were using to maintain distance. Listen to the yelling of "pull them this way" as they grabbed the barriers and attacked officers trying to hold the line.
Pull them this way! Pull them!
At about 1:10 and 1:23 p.m., respectively, Capitol Police sent out the first evacuation alerts of the day, telling people to evacuate the Madison Building and the Cannon Building, respectively. Shortly after, at 1:45 p.m., Trump supporters surged past Capitol Police, protecting the Capitol's west steps, the side that is facing the White House. In another radio communication between Metropolitan Police officers, you can hear an officer declare that there is a riot at the Capitol at 1:49 p.m.
We're going to give riot warnings. This is the apparatus here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours declaring it a riot.
The next video, as well as several videos that follow, have a model of the Capitol complex. The video is from the west front of the Capitol on the Senate side, the side facing the White House. Watch the red dot, which moves up the lower steps of the Capitol, indicating the approximate location of the rioters as they surge past the police. While the mob that Donald Trump sent to stop the certification came closer and closer to breaching the Capitol just one floor below where we are now, Vice President Pence continued to preside over the session in the Senate chamber above. At about 2:12 p.m., Secret Service quickly...
Again, I just want to reiterate, this is an open and shut, there is no debate, there is no, well, you know, there is no, well, I don't know, there is no, in my opinion, there is no debate. This is open and shut. However, again, the Republican Party is a terrorist organization. That's what you have to understand. So this is indebatable. Trump incited a riot, organized the riot, told them where to go, what to do, etc. This is not anything other than a cut and dry, open and shut case. However, it just so happens that half of the jurors happen to be members of a terrorist organization.
Suddenly evacuated Vice President Pence from the Senate floor. Here's the immediate reaction to that evacuation.
No audio. They just cut out. Looks like and sometimes
it seemed like they just ushered Mike Pence out really quickly.
Yes, they did. That's exactly what just happened there. They ushered Mike Pence out. They moved him fast. I saw the motions too.
While the Vice President Pence was being evacuated from the Senate chamber, rioters were at that time breaking into the Capitol. This next video shows their approach and the initial breach of the Capitol complex. Remember to watch the red dot, which broke is being tracking throughout this incident.
Confederate flag. There
now we're
it
going to show
is.
you, through security footage that has not been made public before, what that same breach looked like from the inside. Now, because this is security footage, there's no sound.
I don't understand what this is. Okay, there you go. Come on. There you go.
Note, as the video begins, we are seeing the inside view as the mob approaches from outside and beats the windows and doors. You can see that the rioter first breaks the window with the wooden beam that you saw previously, and a lone police officer inside responds and begins to spray the first man who enters, but is quickly overwhelmed. I want you to pay attention to the first group of assailants as they break into the building. The second man through the window is wearing full tactical body armor and is carrying a baseball bat. Others are carrying riot shields. Among this group are members of the Proud Boys, some of whom, like Dominic Pizzola, who was recently indicted on federal conspiracy charges we will discuss later.
Hey, Cloud. I'll see you in a couple hours.
Coming on our model as well.
Jesus, fuck.
When I first saw this model that was created for this, I thought back to September 11th. I know a lot of you senators were here. Some of you might have been members on the House side. I was also here on September 11th. I was a staffer at that time. My office was on the west front of the Capitol. I worked in the Capitol, and I was on the House side. This year is 20 years since the attacks of September 11th. And almost every day, I remember that 44 Americans gave their lives to stop the plane that was headed to this Capitol building. I thank them every day for saving my life and the life of so many others. Those Americans sacrificed their lives for love of country, honor, duty, all the things that America means. The Capitol stands
See a
because of people
Kentucky
like
Fried?
that. This Capitol that was conceived by our founding fathers, that was built by slaves, that remains through the sacrifice of service men and women around the world. And when I think of that, and I think of these insurgents, these images, incited by our own President of the United States, attacking this Capitol to stop the certification of a presidential election, our democracy, our republic. At the same time that that breach on this Capitol building occurred, at approximately 2:13 p.m., just one floor up, while Senator Lankford was speaking on the Senate floor, Senator Grassley, who had taken over for Vice President Pence, called an unscheduled immediate recess of the Senate. A Senate aide approached Senator Lankford and informed him that the Capitol had been breached. Senator Grassley is immediately escorted out of the Senate chamber.
Thank you.
Now, while this was going on, Officer Eugene Goodman responded to the initial breach. You all may have seen footage of Officer Goodman previously, but there's more to his heroic story. In this security footage, you can see Officer Goodman running to respond to the initial breach. Officer Goodman passes Senator Mitt Romney and directs him to turn around in order to get to safety. On the first floor, just beneath them, the mob had already started to search for the Senate chamber. Officer Goodman made his way down to the first floor, where he encountered the same insurrectionists we just saw watch breach the Capitol. In this video, we can see the rioters surge toward Officer Goodman. Recall that the rioters are in red, and Officer Goodman in this model is in blue. Watch Officer Goodman, who backs up the stairs.
Come on. Come on. You got this. Come on. You're almost there. Come on. Max, you just scratched the fuck out of my foot, dude. Oh, I've got lingering pain, Max. I need to get your nails clipped, buddy. Ow.
Although they were shouting that they did not have any weapons, we know from the earlier video that that's not true. The second assailant through that breach was the one carrying a metal baseball bat. We know there were other weapons there that day. Did you hear the other shouts? We're here for you. He's one person, we're thousands. And where do they count the votes? They were coming at the urging of Donald Trump to keep Congress, a separate branch of government, from certifying the results of a presidential election. As the rioters reached the top of the stairs, they were within 100 feet of where the vice president was sheltering with his family. And they were just a feet away from one of the doors to this chamber, where many of you remained at that time. I also want to show you a different angle from the security footage of Officer Goodman's acts. This video is on the second floor of the Senate wing of the Capitol. The red dot, as you recall, represents the insurrection.
I want to say, I don't like cops, right? But the centering of this officer right here, the one that was in like viral clips on like social media and on the news, the centering of this guy as like a protagonist, I think is really, really, really well done. So I'm just saying, like, you know, there's a lot of hero worship going on, but I think it's overall not bad.
The blue dot is Officer Goodman, who led the mob away from the chamber just minutes earlier. On the left-hand side of the video, just inside the hallway, is the door to the Senate chamber. And watch how Officer Goodman provokes the rioters and purposefully draws them away from the door to the Senate chamber and towards the other officers waiting down the hall. The rioter seen carrying a baseball bat in this video is the same one we saw moments ago breaching the window on the first floor. While all of this was going on, Vice President Pence was still in the room near the Senate chamber. It was not until 2:26 that he was evacuated to a secure location. This next security video shows that evacuation. His movements are depicted by the orange dot in our model. The red and blue dots represents the location where the mob and Officer Goodman were, and where Officer Goodman led the mob away from the chamber just moments ago. you can see Vice President Pence and his family quickly move down the stairs. The Vice President turns around briefly as he's headed down. As Pence was being evacuated, rioters started to spread throughout the Capitol. Those inside helped other rioters break in through doors in several locations around this entire building. And the mob was looking for Vice President Pence because of his patriotism, because the Vice President had refused to do what the President demanded and overturn the election results. During the assault on the Capitol, extremists reportedly coordinated online and discussed how they could hunt down the Vice President. Journalists in the Capitol reported they heard rioters say they were looking for Pence in order to execute him. Trump supporters had erected a gallows on the lawn in front of the Capitol building. Another group of rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," as they stood in the open door of the Capitol building. You can hear the security alarm from the door in the background, and you can hear the mob calling for the death of the Vice President of the United States. This wasn't an isolated area or incident where that was being told, where that was being said. It was going on everywhere. Here's another example of the crowd outside yelling, "Bring out Pence! Bring him out!" After President Trump had primed his followers for months and inflamed the rallygoers that morning, it was no wonder that the Vice President of the United States was the target of their wrath after Pence refused to overturn the election results. Listen to this man explain.
Well, Congress, the cowards hid in their inside and were emergency escorted away because of fear of the people. Of course, they're cowards, can't face the people, can't do the right thing. Pence lied to us, he's a total treasonous pig, and his name will be mud forever. Now the real battle begins, and it looks like the American people are very pissed. So, good luck with that. Peace out.
Peace out. Several insurrectionists described what they had planned to do if they encountered the Vice President or other lawmakers. One of them, Dominic Pizzola, also known as Spaz, is a member of the Proud Boys, as we discussed. Pizzola came to the Capitol on January 6th with deadly intentions. He commandeered a Capitol police shield, used it to smash a glass window, entered the Capitol, and paved the way for dozens of insurrectionists. As you recall from an earlier video, Pizzola was one of the first wave of rioters to breach the building. On the left, you can see a screenshot from the video of the break-in we showed earlier. And on the right, you can see Pizzola in the mob chase Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman through the building. Pizzola is the man in the center of the photo with the gray beard. Pizzola has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct related to January 6th. According to an FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group that was with him during the sack of the Capitol confirmed that they were out to murder, quote, anyone they got their hands on. Here's what the FBI said, and I quote, other members of the group talked about things they had done that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi, and that, quote, they would have killed Vice President Mike Pence if given the chance. They were talking about assassinating the Vice President of the United States. During the course of the attack, the Vice President never left the Capitol, remained locked down with his family inside the building. Remember that as you think about these images and the sounds of the attack. The Vice President, our second in command, was always at the center of it. Vice President Pence was threatened with death by the president's supporters because he rejected President Trump's demand that he overturn the election. The mob also went after the Speaker of the House,
nuts,
who alongside the Vice President was presiding over the joint session of the certification in the House chamber. The chilling evidence shows that on January 6th, armed and organized insurrectionists trained their sights on Speaker Pelosi. They sought out the Speaker on the floor and in her office, publicly declared their intent to harm or kill her, ransacked her office, and terrorized her staff. And they did it because Donald Trump sent them on this mission. As the insurrectionists got closer, Capitol Police rushed the Speaker from the House floor at 2:15 p.m., mere minutes after the Capitol was first breached. They recognized immediately that she was in danger. The Speaker was not just rushed from the floor, the Capitol Police deemed the threat so dangerous that they evacuated her entirely from the Capitol complex, rushing her to a secure off-site location. The insurrectionist intent to murder the Speaker of the House is well documented in charging documents that are now available. We know from the rioters themselves that if they had found Speaker Pelosi, they would have killed her. I have already discussed Proud Boys member Dominic Pizzola, who has since been charged with 8 federal crimes for his conduct on January 6th. As you will recall, according to the FBI agent's affidavit submitted to the court, the group he attacked the Capitol with confirmed that, quote, anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. William Calhoun, a lawyer from Georgia, also participated in the insurrection that day, and he too has been charged for his actions. This insurrectionist detailed his criminal activity at the Capitol online. Calhoun wrote about his involvement on his own Facebook page. Here's the post. Calhoun stated, quote, and get this, the first of us who got upstairs kicked in Nancy Pelosi's office door and pushed down the halls towards her inner sanctum. The mob, howling with rage. Crazy Nancy probably would have been torn into little pieces, but she was nowhere to be seen. Crazy Nancy. That's Trump's nickname for the Speaker of the House. Then he explains that he and his group only abandoned their claim to the Speaker's office when, quote, a SWAT team showed up. He writes, quote, then a SWAT team showed and we retreated back to the rotunda and continued our hostile takeover of the Capitol building. Retreated. Hostile takeover.
We'll
He's using
see,
military
Daisy
terms
Dukes.
for this
We'll
attack.
see.
The mob continued to look for Speaker Pelosi throughout the time they occupied the Capitol, including invading her offices. Watch now how the mob searches for Speaker Pelosi's office, which is marked in red, and the House chamber itself.
Where are you, Nancy? We're looking for you. Nancy.
We gotta have a conversation about how dumb all these people are when they live streamed themselves going into the... Like, imagine if none of these people live streamed. Right? Like, a lot of this would just be unknown. But because these people decide, oh, I'm live streaming myself participating in the second revolution, right? That's what these people thought. And as a result, they all fucked themselves right in the goddamn dick. And it's unbelievable.
Nancy! Where are you, Nancy?
During the siege, the Speaker's staff took cover in her office, hiding in fear for their lives for hours as rioters broke in and ransacked her office. As the rioters were breaking into the Capitol, her staff retreated into an interior room. 8 of them gathered in a conference room. About the same time, Capitol Police announced the Capitol had been breached. Speaker Pelosi's staff heeded the call to shelter in place. On our model, you can see the rioters in the rotunda in red and the Speaker's office again in orange. So this is a security video, so there is no sound. As you can see here, the staff moves from their offices through the halls and then enters a door on the right-hand side. That's the outer door of a conference room, which also has an inner door that they barricaded with furniture. The staff then hid under a conference room table in that inner room. This is the last staffer going in and then barricading themselves inside of the inner office. After just 7 minutes of them barricading themselves and the last staffer entering the door on the right, a group of rioters enter the hallway outside. And once inside, the rioters have free reign in the Speaker of the House's offices. In this security video, pay attention to the door that we saw those staffers leading into and going into. One of the rioters you can see is throwing his body against the door 3 times until he breaks open that outer door. Luckily, when faced with the inner door, he moves on. Another rioter later tried, unsuccessfully, to break through that inner door. At this point, the mob had already broken into the Speaker's formal conference room that is in the back of the hall at the top of the video. I want to play some audio we have of the Speaker's staff with the rioters at the door that day. You can hear the terror in their voice as they describe what's happening to them as they are barricaded in that conference room. Please listen carefully, because the staffer is whispering into a phone as he hides from the rioters that are outside the door. You can hear the pounding in the background as that staffer is speaking. One of those staffers explained later that they could hear the mob because the staffer is whispering into a phone.
Detecting light that they're within our hallway. We need Capitol Police, I think, coming to the hallway. They're pounding on doors trying to find her. Yeah.
There you go.
You can hear
That's
the
a lot more clear.
pounding in the background as that staffer is speaking. One of those staffers explained later that they could hear the mob going through her offices, breaking down the door and yelling, "Where are you, Nancy?" The mob also pillaged and vandalized the Speaker's office and documented their crimes on social media. They stole objects, desecrated the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States. As you can see in these photos, rioters broke down a door. They also shattered a mirror. At 2:50 p.m., several rioters, including Richard Big O Barnett, entered Speaker Pelosi's office.
Yeesh.
The world is all now too familiar with the images from these slides. If you look closely, however, at the now infamous pictures of Barnett with his feet on the desk, you might see something that you didn't notice previously. Here's a better look. As this photo highlights, he's carrying a stun gun tucked into his waistband. The FBI identified the device as a 950,000-volt stun gun walking stick. The weapon could have caused serious pain and incapacitated anyone Barnett had used it against. Richard Barnett bragged about his actions. He was proud of the way he desecrated the Speaker of the House's office. He left a note: "We will not back down." Here's Barnett.
What terrible
in his own words.
fucking handwriting. Holy crap.
How'd you get it? I didn't steal it. I bled on it because they were fucking macing me and I couldn't fucking see. And so I figured, well, I'm in her office. I got blood in her office. I'll put a quarter on her desk, even though she ain't fucking worth it. And I left her a note on her desk that says, Nancy Big O is here, you bitch.
Why would
Trump's
you give
mob
interviews about that?
ransacked
Like, what is
the
wrong
Speaker
with these
of the
people?
House's office.
Jesus.
They terrorized her staff. Again, that is a mob that was sent by the President of the United States to stop the certification of an election. The Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the first and second in line to the presidency, were performing their constitutional duties, presiding over the election certification, and they were put in danger because President Trump put his own desires, his own need for power, over his duty to the Constitution and our democratic process. President Trump put a target on their backs, and his mob broke into the Capitol to hunt them down.
That was very well done. I just want to say that was very, very, very well done. And I also want to say again that this is a cut and dry case. There is no debate. There is no, oh, well, you know, there is no, well, oh, well, in my opinion, there is no, like, well, you know, in my, like, this is cut and dry. It just so happens half the Senate are terrorists, so.
When you do it, it'll work better.
Huh?
When you do it, it'll work better. When you do it, we're surrounded. They breached the scaffold. Like nothing, no, they have breached the scaffold. They're behind our lines.
Shortly after 2 p.m., the Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police were overwhelmed by President Trump's mob. Perimeters were broken. The Capitol had been breached. Those officers kept fighting back for hours and hours to hold the line. They fought to defend the Capitol building and all of us within it. But they weren't there just to protect us, and they did, and our staff, and the custodial staff, and all the people who work so hard in this building. They were there to protect the votes of the American people that were being counted that day. I will show you more later about what that day was like for those brave officers. But first, let's go back to what was happening where Manager Plaskett left off in the House chamber. Rioters who had entered the building through the Senate quickly spread out through the Capitol. Many headed towards the House and Senate chambers. After Speaker Pelosi was ushered out,
25
Chairman
minutes
McGovern
behind.
was presiding in the House, attempting to keep the counting process going. On our phones, members were receiving security updates and watching social media to see the horror that was going on outside. We never thought it would make its way in. By 2:25 p.m., rioters who were already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag.
Yeah, reminder, give me money on Patreon, Cash App, and PayPal. Thank you, thank you.
At the same time, just one floor below, the mob violently pushed through a line of Capitol Police officers and overtook the area. We all know that area in the Capitol is the crypt. This is directly beneath the rotunda, at the very center of the Capitol. Inside the House chamber, a security officer suspended the floor debate to update members.
We've had a disbursement of tear gas in the rotunda. Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a police.
We were told there were tear gas masks underneath our seats and be prepared to grab them. Determined to keep the count going, Chairman McGovern called the House back into session. But only 4 minutes later, at 2:30 p.m., the House abruptly recessed. A new security announcement was made.
Get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way. So we'll update you as soon as we can, but just be prepared. Stay calm.
As I heard that announcement on the floor, I saw the new House chaplain, on just her 4th day on the job, walk to the front podium. Unannounced and amidst the chaos, she started to recite a prayer for peace. Uncertain what would happen next, I sent a text message to my wife. I love you and the babies. Please hug them for me. I imagine many of you sent a similar message. What we could not see from inside the chamber...
The appealing to emotion is extremely, extremely good stuff for, like, you know, anyone watching this who doesn't already know the content or the context of what's happening. Like, this is extremely good stuff.
...was that outside, the mob was growing larger and larger and approaching our doors. But we could hear them. This security footage, which does not have sound, shows a close-up of Trump's mob as they move toward the 2nd floor of the House chamber to stop the counting of votes. In the back of the group, you see one individual carrying a Stop the Steal sign.
Stop the steal.
They get within footsteps of the House door. The next video is the viewpoint of the insurrectionists. It begins with the mob amassing and then cuts ahead to show you their surge to the House door.
We want Trump! 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 It's I told you they're going. Yeah, I would just stop, bro. Dude, you're not helping. You're not helping. You're gonna get me hurt and other people. It's Epstein. It's the family Epstein. Hey, no violence. It's too late for that. They don't listen without that.
Those doors, to orient you at home, are the doors that the President of the United States walks through when he or she gives a State of the Union address. You may have heard one man yelled, "No violence," and another responded, "It's too late for that." They don't listen without that. They were there to stop the certification of the election. At this point, inside the House chamber, we can now hear the pounding on the doors. At 2:35 p.m., members on the House floor were told an evacuation route was secured and it was time to leave. This video shows members of Congress exiting to the side of the podium where we would go through the House lobby and downstairs. Because of coronavirus restrictions, congressional members had been waiting in the gallery for their time to speak just one level above the House floor. Representatives, staff, journalists all took cover under their chairs, helped each other put on their gas masks, and held hands as rioters gathered outside. Here in this slide, you see Representative Jason Crow comforting our colleague, Representative Susan Wild. The rioters continued to surround the House chamber, flooding the halls and kicking on the doors as they passed them. This security video shows Ashley Babbitt, followed by others in the mob, turning the corner toward the House lobby doors where the members were leaving. Chairman McGovern was one of the last members to leave the floor. As he left through the House lobby just after 2:40 p.m., he was spotted by the mob.
That's an extremely important bit right there where they show that literal congressional representatives, I'm pointing my finger at the screen, congressional representatives are literally right there as these people are trying to bash in. It's extremely important.
Minutes later at 2:44 p.m., Ashley Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered window into the House lobby. To protect the members in the lobby, an officer discharged his weapon. and she was killed. I want to warn everyone that the next video, which shows her death, is graphic.
Jesus Christ. Just real quick, I'm not, just real quick.
Inside the chamber, representatives, staff, and journalists remained trapped in the gallery, one floor above the House floor, and heard the gunshot. My colleague, Representative Dan Kildee, produced this recording.
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off.
Pins off.
Out of fear that they'd be seen or taken by the mob, my colleagues were telling each other to take off their congressional pins. That buzzing sound that you hear in the background of these videos was the sound of the gas masks. It was not until approximately 2:50 p.m., about 6 minutes after the shooting, downstairs, remaining members, staff, and journalists in the gallery were finally able to flee. In this security footage video, you can see them exiting. Many members are still wearing their gas masks. They walk just feet away from where Capitol Police are holding an insurrectionist at gunpoint. Just minutes earlier, that insurrectionist had tried to open the gallery door and thankfully was stopped by a tactical team.
My lord. I just want to say again, it's shocking to me that not more people died during this.
Although members were now being moved to another location, the mob continued to fight, to stop the count, to find the members, to engage with the police. The building was not yet secure. This security video from 2:56 p.m. shows the mob in the House of Representatives wing on the second floor of the Capitol. Insurrectionists who are still inside the building are fighting with the police, who are overwhelmed and trying to get them out. Throughout this presentation, we have been very careful to not share where members of Congress were taken on the paths they followed to get out and off the floors. But that very issue was under discussion by the insurrectionists themselves. One example comes from an FBI affidavit, which stated that a leader of a militia group known as the Oath Keepers received messages while he was at the Capitol. The leader was given directions to where representatives were thought to be sheltering and instructions to, quote, turn on gas, seal them in. And as you know, the threat to the Senate was no less than that of the members of the House. The mob approached the Senate with the same purpose, fulfilling President Trump's goal of stopping the count, delaying the certification of the Electoral College votes of the American people. As you heard from Manager Plaskett, Vice President Pence was moved away from the area near the Senate chamber around 2:25 p.m. By that time, rioters had breached several areas close to this chamber, and they were flooding the hallways just outside and nearby. The Senate chamber was not evacuated until 2:30.
These things should have been leaked to the media earlier to press. I disagree with that. I think having a lot of this stuff come out now as breaking news now in the trial, I think that this is powerful because it gives the senators little time to develop a response, right? So I think that this is a really good idea to bring out a bunch of new information, new perspectives, new video clips, new demonstrations, I think that this is a good idea because there's still, the terrorists in government are still going to acquit this guy. And so, catch him off guard at the very least.
3 p.m. The mob had been in the building for more than 15 minutes. This new security footage of the senators and staff leaving the chamber will be displayed on the screens. It is silent. You cannot see it in this footage. But
there you go, Jenna.
Senate floor staff grabbed and protected the electoral ballots that the mob was after. Those of you who were here that day will recall that once you left the Senate floor, you moved through a hallway to get to safety. That hallway was near where Officer Goodman had encountered a mob and led them upstairs and away from the Senate chamber. You know how close you came to the mob. Some of you, I understand, could hear them, but most of the public does not know how close these rioters came to you. As you were moving through that hallway, I paced it off. You were just 58 steps away from where the mob was amassing and where police were rushing to stop them. They were yelling. In this security video, you can see how the Capitol Police created a line and blocked the hallway with their bodies to prevent rioters at the end of the hall from reaching you and your staff.
The diagram of showing like the locations of all these fucking crazy people juxtaposed with like how close they are. Like again, if they would have breached the Senate chamber like a minute sooner, we would have a completely different scenario where people like, you know, Congress people or US senators would have been killed, you know? It was like by the fucking like
security footage that
you
you've
know?
not seen before. I want to play it
just slipped right through that they didn't.
The top of the screen is the other end of that hallway where the mob is amassed and the officers are rushing to protect you. Additional security footage shows how Leader Schumer and the members of his protective detail had a near miss with the mob. They came within just yards of rioters and had to turn around. Here in this new video, you see Leader Schumer walking up a ramp. Going up the ramp with his detail, he'll soon go out of view. Seconds later, they return and run back down the hallway, and officers immediately shut the door and use their bodies to keep them safe. At 2:45 p.m., shortly after senators were ushered to safety from the Senate floor, insurrectionists reached this Senate gallery. The following video was filmed by a New Yorker reporter. Minutes later, the insurrectionists invaded and desecrated the Senate floor. These vandals shouted and rifled through the desks in this room. They took pictures of documents and of themselves, celebrating that they had taken over the floor and stopped the counting of Electoral College votes.
I want to go and get a snap of that. Yeah, I take a picture. Hey, how did you get down there? We're downstairs. Look here, look.
Ted Cruz's objection to the Arizona.
Objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Really? Look, objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Wait, no, that's okay. All right.
These people are so stupid. He was gonna sell us out. Oh, wait a second. I just learned how to read. He was on our team. Oh my god.
No, this is good stuff. Hey, we're not going to fold.
Larry Brock, who was arrested for his role in the insurrection, was photographed on the Senate floor wearing a helmet, tactical gear, and carrying flex cuffs. This man, also in the Senate gallery, is Eric Munchell. Like Brock, he was dressed in what appears to be tactical gear, also holding up flex cuffs. If the doors to this chamber had been breached just minutes earlier, imagine what they could have done with those cuffs. After insurrectionists occupied the Capitol and stopped the joint session from counting the votes, the Capitol was in lockdown for 5 hours. As long as it took to get back to the Capitol, to get back to the certification of the election, it could have been so much longer. Or we might not been able to have resumed at all. As horrific as it was, 140 officers injured, 3 officers who ultimately lost their lives. We all know that awful day could have been so much worse. The only reason it was not was because of the extraordinary bravery of the men and women of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Departments. For hours and hours, these insurrectionists were in hand-to-hand combat with these brave men and women. Like some of you, I come from a law enforcement family. My dad was a cop. My 2 brothers, my little brothers, are cops who walk the beat today. I'm proud of them. And like in every law enforcement family, when we hang up the phone, we don't only say, I love you, we say, be safe. So let's focus now on the attack and what it was like for the officers defending the Capitol that day. And again, I want to warn you that the following audio and videos are graphic and are unsettling. But it's important that we understand the extent of what occurred. Here's an audio recording from the radio traffic of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department describing the violence.
Cruiser 50, a copy. We're still taking rocks, follow. It's east of the flag and metal poles. Cruiser 50, the crowd is using munitions against us. They have bear spray in the crowd. Bear spray in the crowd.
Does anyone know what DSO means?
DSO, I need a re-up.
Is that
I need a re-up up
dispatch?
here.
You hear the officer describe they're using munitions. They, the rioters, are using munitions against us. This video shows how the sprays that were described were used against the officers. In a separate Metropolitan Police Department radio traffic recording, you can hear an officer when he realizes that the insurrectionists had overtaken the police line.
Cruiser 50, we lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back up to the upper deck. All MPD, pull back to the upper deck. ASAP. All MPD, come back to the upper deck. Upper deck. Cruiser 50, we're blanked. 1033. I repeat, 1033, who's from the Capitol. We've been blanked and we lost the line.
The MPD officer calls out 1033. That's the code for emergency. Officer in need of assistance.
Distinguished
His words,
service order.
We've lost the line. Hours after members of the House and Senate had left this area, on the west front of the building, the mob continued to grow, continued to beat the officers as they tried to get in. In this new security video, you can see the mob attacking officers with a crutch, a hockey stick, a bullhorn, and a Trump flag.
How do you think the cops feel that they supported Donald Trump? Reminder, 80% of police officers voted for Donald Trump. How do you think they feel? Oh, I thought we were supporting law and order, and then they kill, like, their own people?
I want to show you that same attack from the officer's perspective from his body camera footage. This body camera footage is from 4:27 p.m., over 2 hours from when the Capitol was first breached. The attack on police that afternoon was constant. Metropolitan Police Officer Michael Fanone, a 20-year police veteran with 4 daughters, was part of a line of officers protecting the Capitol. He was one of 3 officers that the mob dragged down the stairs. When they dragged him, they stole his badge, his radio, his ammunition magazine, and they tased him, triggering a heart attack. Here he describes his experience.
Looked like a medieval battle scene. You know, some of the most brutal combat I've ever encountered. At one point I got tased. People were yelling out, we got one, we got one.
It's fucked up.
Officer Christina Lowry, who regularly serves in MPD's Narcotics and Specialized Investigation Division, also protected the front Capitol entrance. Here's her experience.
I mean, I can't say enough about the officers that were there, the officers that were on the front line. And when I say the front line, I mean literally officers that were in a line, stopping these people that were beating them with metal poles. They were spraying them with bear mace. I mean, they did everything in their power to not let those people in. And this was going on for hours.
It needs to be said. It needs to be said that yes, there are police officers that tried their best and helped and are solely responsible for the fact that senators or congresspeople didn't get killed that day. But also, there were plainclothes, off-duty police officers in the crowd that used their IDs to open doors within the Capitol. There were police that opened the doors for the Capitol. There were police that opened the gates to the doors of the Capitol. That also needs to be understood. And I don't like the fact that they're just glazing over that.
Around 4:30 p.m., hours into the Capitol riots, Officer Daniel Hodges was protecting a West Side Capitol entrance when rioters who were trying to stop the certification trapped him between 2 doors. When Officer Hodges was interviewed later, this is how he described what was happening.
They threw down a huge metal object that hit me in the head. I was also knocked down. The medical mask I was wearing at the time got pulled up over my eyes, so I was on the ground and blinded, and they started just attacking me from all sides.
Rioters crushed Officer Hodges. He was wedged in the doorway, blood dripping from his mouth. He was struggling to breathe, all while the insurrectionists hit him. Officer Hodges' experience reminds you of what he and many other officers experienced that day, what they went through. We're also reminded of the 3 officers who lost their lives. Capitol Hill police officers Sicknick, Liebengood, and Metropolitan Police Officer Smith. In many law enforcement families, we pray for our loved ones, And we know the scripture of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. I'm sorry I have to show you the next video, but in it you will see how blessed we were that on that hellish day we had a peacemaker like Officer Hodges protecting our lives, our staff's lives, this Capitol, and the certification process. May we do all we can in this chamber to make sure that never happens again.
Jesus Christ. Like, I'm just on a human level. Can we talk about this? Like, it's just like the idea that human beings, right? Like, this isn't like fucking like tigers versus lions, right? We're talking about human beings. The fact that human beings can be lied to or manipulated or, like, you know, convinced to hate each other to such an extreme degree over this bizarre and, like, you know, fantastical notion of power, you know, is just fucking bizarre to me, right? It's incredible. It's incredible. Like, it's incredible. Like, these people stormed the Capitol because they thought that they could kill everyone inside. Why did they want to kill them? Because they wanted to install a king. Why did they want to install a king? Well, I don't know. Because conservative values or something? It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Room at 6:15.
6:15?
Mr. President, we'll now have a recess for dinner and we'll resume at 6:15.
The Senate will stand in recess.
6:15. It's only 5:43. Oh no.
Republicans 202-748-8921. Democrats 202.
All right, y'all. I think now that we've caught up, I think I might take a little break. I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily like, you know, there's the capitalist part of me that's like, if I keep streaming, I retain the 100 viewers, right? But it's like, also, you know, I've been streaming for like 4 hours, so it's like, if I want a break now that I've caught up, I feel like I deserve a break. You know, I'm allowed. You know, like, I mean, like, I've been streaming for 4 hours. If I want a break, you know, I think it should be okay that I, you know, have a break. You know what I mean? I don't know. Police is a needed institution for any country, otherwise... Bodan, it's not about police being unnecessary. It's about the current institution. Again, 80% of cops voted for a terrorist. Does that mean we should let them be cops? No. We need law enforcement. We don't need racists to enforce the laws. We need law enforcement. We don't need homophobic people to enforce the laws. We need law enforcement. We don't need Trump supporters to enforce the laws. It's that simple. It's that simple. So, like, the idea that, like, saying that cops are bad somehow means that we shouldn't have law enforcement. I'm sorry, but that's just dumb. Come on, Bodan. But, yeah, so, you know, this is just, I just want to say, this is extremely, extremely good stuff. This is extraordinary stuff. Like, as far as, like, convincing people that Trump and the GOP are the party of terrorism, I think that this is doing a fantastic, fantastic job. It's just, you know, but there are, again, you have to understand, there are like the 20% of people, they're going to watch this and they're going to go like, if only we actually want, like, you know that there's that kind of, and I don't know what we do about them. I don't know what we do. Like, for most people, like most Trump supporters, if they see this, they should have regret. You know what I mean? And that's how we de-radicalize people, is by showing them the actual real world consequences of what their ideology brings about. That's the prime way to de-radicalize someone, right? But when it comes to there's that 20% that see this and they want to go again and they want to try again. And that's why this impeachment and this conviction trial is so important, because it at least sets a marker that this is unacceptable, right? But again, it's also going to de-radicalize people, because there's a lot of people that were like, you know, wow, I just voted for Trump. I didn't know he was all about this. And they're like maybe rethinking their lives. And that's what we need to do. But then when those people are in that state, right? When those people are in that state of self-reflection and introspection, that's when you can get in there. And then that's where you can say, like, maybe you should support things like, you know, housing for all. You know, maybe you should support things like, you know, like reparations. Maybe you should support things, you know, like, that's how you get people. When these people are in that introspective point in their lives where they realize that they've dedicated a significant portion of their life to a terrible, fucking disgusting ideology, that's where you get in there. That's where you help them. That's where you educate them. That's where you get them to, again, stop being terrible people. It's that simple. Because this is a cultural product of, again, failed Reconstruction. America was founded on slavery, right? Slavery was taught in schools that this is the way to go. When you just end slavery, it doesn't make all the racists go away. When you pretend, all right, we ended slavery, now everyone be friends, that doesn't work, right? When you have schools in the South that teach people, oh yeah, you know, slavery was pretty cool back in the day. Or maybe they'll say like, oh, you know, it was bad, but, you know, still black people are inferior, right? That's how you get to this society where people are still born and raised as racists, as homophobes, as transphobes, as Nazis, right? This is how, and again, this country also doesn't educate people on things like the Holocaust, the most extreme example of these ideologies that's ever been caught, like in any historical sense on record, right? Like, how do people I read this poll that was like only like 40% of people under the age of 30 can like accurately name multiple details of the Holocaust. And it's like, right? Like, what? Right? So like when you have lack of education compounded with horrendous culture, compounded with, you know, like gangs of recruiters, like, again, especially online, these people were like, look at QAnon, for example. Like, QAnon recruited millions of people over the course of this pandemic, over the course of like 6 months. People that were like normal, like mothers that were like, you know, maybe they voted for Trump in 2016, but like they don't care about, you know, even people that didn't vote, like they convinced like 50-year-olds, right, that may even have been left-wing or like liberals, to think that like Bill Gates is injecting nanomachines into people and that like there's a great reason. And like these people, like, you need to understand this. You need to understand how to de-radicalize people. You need to understand how to intercept with the, like, because again, I have people in my family that were falling for QAnon bullshit. And if I didn't go in and like say like, you know, that's a lie, right? And force them to fact check stuff, what they would do is they would look at Facebook and they would assume it's real. So they'd scroll through Facebook, right? Oh, wow, Bill Gates is trying to kill everyone in the world. All right, I guess it's real. I'm not going to fact check that. You know, so like, one sec. Yeah, so like, I'm not going to fact check that, right? But again, like, if you don't have some, like, if I didn't get involved with this family member, they might have like wanted to storm the Capitol. They might wanted to have done all this bizarre shit, right? So this is how you help people get out of these rabbit holes. The internet is like, again, it's a powerful tool for good, but also a powerful tool for evil. And the right wing has just perfected the tool for evil. They know exactly how to use things like the internet to recruit people into being batshit motherfucking crazy people, right? So again, like, if you're reading Facebook and you assume, oh, they stole the election, all right. And you assume, Antifa, BLM terrorists, Jewish space lasers, right? When you have no one that's in your life that's like, yeah, that's actually not true, right? Like, at that point, like, you just fall for it. You know what I mean? And so that's why it's extremely important to, understand that, like, yeah, a lot of these people are not, like, irredeemable. Yes, there are that 20% or so of people that are just disgusting, irredeemable pieces of garbage, right? Sure. But, we had 26% that voted for Donald Trump. So, like, yeah, and then there's also this people in the center that maybe voted for him the first time, but, like, just preferred Biden because of personal reasons, like the pandemic or taxes, or, like, there's a lot of people that are also, like, liberals, but still say racist stuff. Like, there's a lot of people that have a lot of hard, ingrained shit in their lives that teaches them to say and do horrible things. And you can't just write them off. That doesn't work. You can't just write them off, Like, there's a certain amount of people you can write off. You don't need to expend resources on them. But you can't just write every single, like, Trump supporter off and say, they're like, oh, yeah, they're all, whatever. Like, it's just, you got to figure out a way. Like, yes, the people that stormed the Capitol, for the most part, are just nutso. But there are a lot of people that went there thinking, I'm participating in the second revolution. And, like, that, the adrenaline starts running, and it's just like, I don't know, man. Anyway, I think I'm going to take like a half-hour break or so. I don't know how long this stream's going to go on. Like, they said they're coming back at 6:15. Like, how does anyone know how much longer that they're going to be after that? Because I'm definitely going to want to, like, eat food and live, like, I just, I want to be alive, etc. I do have to play with Max. I do. This dog is a little... Oh my god, look at this dog. Look at this dog. Look at this dog. Look at this dog. Maxie, Maxie. Hello. Hello. Hi. Oh, you're sneezy. You're sneezy. All right. He's off for another round. But yeah, again, I'm going to continue streaming this. I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to exist for a bit. I'll see y'all on another live stream page. So subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you are subscribed, you'll see the other stream pop up. Just like, keep your eyes out. And I'll see you soon. If you want to give me money, I would appreciate it. I'm going to post this shit in the chat. So if you do want to give me cash, again, I would appreciate it a lot. Yeah, I'll be back in either a half an hour. Maybe I might be a little bit late, but we'll do the 1.25x thing again. So we'll get this done. And thank you all for watching. And this is some very intense stuff. So if y'all need to nope out, that's fine. If not, I'll see you soon. So thank you very much.
They had a very bad original concept. It was carried out poorly, and the cover-up was one of the worst in the history of cover-ups. It's very simple. Bad deal, should have never been thought of. Somebody really messed up, and they had the worst cover-up ever. And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint when they thought about it, because whoever thought of that idea, I think, is in big trouble. They had a very bad original concept. It was carried out poorly, and the cover-up was one of the worst in the history of cover-ups. Very simple. Bad deal, should have never been thought of. Somebody really messed up, and they had the worst cover-up ever. And where it should have stopped is at the deal standpoint when they thought about it, because whoever thought of that idea, I think, is in big trouble.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened. $7 million for reef fish management, $25 million to combat Asian carp, $2.5 million to count the number of amberjack fish in the Gulf of Mexico.
And then they have cans of soup. Soup. And they throw the cans of soup. That's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick, it's too heavy. But a can of soup, you can really put some power into that, right? And then when they get caught, they say, no, this is soup from my family. They're so innocent. This is soup from my family. It's incredible. And you have people coming over with bags of soup, big bags of soup, and they lay it on the ground, and the anarchists take it and they start throwing it at our cops, at our police. And if it hits you, that's worse than a brick because it's got force. It's the perfect size. It's like made perfect. And when they get caught, they say, no, this is just soup for my family. And then the media says, this is just soup. These people are very, very